Chapter 2363. Haha. Yi Xian laughed, then pulled Qing towards the top of the mountain. Mu Yu and Qing were still petrified. After a long time, Mu Yu came back to her senses and said with a trembling voice, "They really are sword immortals. They really are sword immortals." Although the Milky Way had entered the immortal cultivation era, there were still too few swordsmen. Moreover, they had only seen a sword slash through a mountain in television dramas. There really are sword immortals in the world. Mu Yu was stunned for a long time, then said, "Let's go to the top of Qinghuan Peak." Saying so, she ran madly towards the top of the mountain. Yi Xian pulled Qing to the top of the mountain. The moment he set foot on the top, Yi Xian was a little surprised. The view at the top of the mountain was vast and boundless. Looking up, he could see a blue sky and white clouds. Looking ahead, he saw a towering ancient tree not far away. Beside the ancient tree was a waterfall, water splashing into a pool. Below his feet was a Xiao Dao made of bluestone. At the end of the Xiao Dao was the ancient tree. Above the ancient tree, there was a wooden hut. In front of the wooden hut, there was a small dog, and at this moment, the dog was shivering. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing. "This is..." Qing looked at the wooden hut in the distance. "Do you know who is inside?" Yi Xian shook his head. Qing looked calm. "The owner of the pen." Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at the wooden hut. "This wooden hut is actually the owner of Dedeabi? A super mighty?" Qing looked at the wooden hut. Sword. Sword. Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment, the wooden door suddenly opened, and a sword slowly floated out. Seeing this sword, Yi Xian was stunned. The azure profound sword. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword flew into his hand. The Qingxian sword didn't look much different from before, but there was an additional word on the hilt. Human. Humans? To the side, Qing frowned. "Just one word? Don't you have 6? As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the walking sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire mountain. In front of the wooden house, the puppy began to tremble violently, terrified to the extreme. At this moment, a sigh came from the wooden house. His strength is on the weak side, so he can't control the 6-syllable Sanskrit. Currently, he can't even control the smallest word, human. Tian Ming stared at the wooden hut in silence. The voice continued. "I know you want to kill me, but you should know that from the beginning until now, I haven't done anything to let you and your sister down." Tian Ming stared at the wooden house for a long time before pulling Yi Xian's hand and leaving. "Back then, you gave my brother a chance to live. Today, I'll spare your life. Clear?" Soon, the siblings disappeared into the distance. A long time later, another sigh came from inside the wooden house. "I'm really not doing well." A moment later, the wooden house's door opened. A man walked out and gently stroked the puppy, then smiled. "Huang, let's go." With that, he walked into the distance. Qing'er brought Yi Xian to the seaside, and the siblings strolled slowly. Qing'er whispered, "Brother, you should go back." Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qing'er. "Are you leaving?" Qing'er nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Where to?" Qing'er smiled and said nothing. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Qing'er. "Fine. I won't ask." Qing'er suddenly hugged Yi Xian, resting her head on Yi Xian's chest. "Brother, I'll wait for you at the end of the martial path. Don't make me wait too long. It's lonely." Yi Xian smiled. "Of course." Qing'er looked at Yi Xian. "I believe in you." With that, she opened her palm, and Xiaota appeared. She handed Xiaota to Yi Xian. "I've modified this pagoda. Keep it." Yi Xian looked at Xiaota and smiled. "Xiaota, long time no see." Xiaota didn't answer. Qing'er frowned. Xiaota quickly said, "Master, I missed you so much." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota was too hypocritical. Qing'er smiled. "Brother, let's go back." Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, "Qing'er, I have a girl by my side. Her name is Qingqiu. Do you know her background?" Qing'er nodded. "I do." Yi Xian quickly asked, "She is?" Qing'er looked at Yi Xian. "For you, she protected the 3rd dimension and suppressed the 4th dimension. Since the birth of the universe, Only one person could reach my level in swordsmanship. It's her. With that, she paused. But it's just a possibility. Yi Xian was shocked. To reach Qing'er's level? It's possible. Yi Xian had to admit that he was really shocked. It should be known that Qing'er never put anyone in her eyes. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian's pupil shrank. He said with a trembling voice, She is you. Qing'er shook her head. I used to be her. Yi Xian was speechless. Qing'er said softly, Treat her well. She used to be very bitter. She lived like a year for hundreds of thousands of years. That kind of loneliness and suffering. Then, she shook her head and didn't continue. Yi Xian nodded. I will. Qing'er waved her right hand. Yi Xian's body became illusory. He disappeared from the place. After Yi Xian disappeared, Qing'er's expression became cold. She looked up at the sky. Her eyes were as cold as ice at this time. Qing'er retracted her gaze and turned to look not far away. There stood a little girl. It was Arya. Little White was on her shoulder. Seeing Qing'er's gaze, Arya's eyelids twitched. Wasn't she very gentle just now? Why did she change so quickly? Little White blinked and waved its little paws. No one knew what it was trying to express. Qing'er looked at Arya and didn't speak. Arya hesitated, then said, I'm just passing by. Then she turned and ran away. Not long after, Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy. After returning to the academy, Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. The word human on the hilt was very conspicuous. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Brother Bai, can you say this word? Dadaebi said, the word human of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. This word has an extremely terrifying power of the human world. It's the same as your power of the human world. This word is condensed by countless predecessors. It's sincere and benevolent. Only a benevolent and righteous person can activate this word. Master gave this word to you. Obviously, Master approves of what you're going to do now. The power of the human world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly activated the Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword suddenly let out a sword cry. The next moment, the word human on the hilt suddenly trembled. Soon, an extremely terrifying power flowed into the Qingxian sword. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he felt like his body was about to collapse. He was shocked and quickly stopped. The terrifying power instantly dispersed like a tide. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand with eyes full of disbelief. This, Dadaebi said. The power of the human world that you activated just now was less than 10%. Now you can't even control 10% of the power of the human world. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. He was still shocked. The power of this word was so terrifying. Moreover, this word was the weakest word in the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. One could imagine how terrifying the remaining 5 words were. Yi Xian sighed softly. He still had a long way to go. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian gently waved the Qingxian sword. He was overjoyed because he found that the Qingxian sword's previous functions were still there. Moreover, it had become even more terrifying. With the Qingxian sword, he could travel freely in the universe again, ignoring all the obstacles in the universe. In addition, he also found that the Qingxian sword seemed to have become sharper. Thinking of this, he held the sword and slashed at his body. Chi. With this slash, a shallow sword mark appeared on Arya's armor. It could hurt. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was instantly excited. Even Arya's armor could be hurt. Then what else in this world couldn't be broken by the Qingxian sword? The best defensive equipment and the best offensive equipment were in his hands. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. The feeling of invincibility was back. As soon as this thought arose, Yi Xian became vigilant. He couldn't have this kind of thought. Usually when he had this kind of thought, he would be beaten up in less than 3 days. He had to keep a low profile. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian opened his palm. Xiaotao appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, Xiaotao, long time no see. Xiaotao said, Young lord, can I say something from the bottom of my heart? Yi Xian nodded. Of course, I've always been a democratic person. After a moment of silence, Xiaotao said, Young lord, To say something that might not be too modest, I'm now the real #1 tower in the universe. I think it's a bit of a waste of talent for me to follow you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. A little. Xiao Ta said seriously. Young lord, have you heard of a saying? Yi Xian was a bit curious. What saying? Xiao Ta said. In the Milky Way, there's a saying that goes, invincibility depends on the 3 swords, and those who fall under the 3 swords depend on Xiao Ta. Yi Xian. Dedeabi. Xiaohun. P.S. Sorry today's update is late. I don't want to explain, everyone scold me. Chapter 2364. Invincibility depends on the 3 swords, and the 3 swords depends on Xiao Ta. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was silent. This Xiao Ta was really arrogant. And not just ordinary arrogance. Of course he still understood. Not to mention Xiao Ta, even if he followed Qing, or for a period of time, he would feel that everyone in this world were ants. At this moment, Xiao Ta said again, Young master, my current idea is to establish my own sect. Establish my own sect. Xiao Hun couldn't help but say. Xiao Ta, you don't do this. Xiao Ta said indifferently. I also don't want to be so arrogant, but my strength doesn't allow me to. Xiao Hun. Xiao Ta said again. Young master, in order to prevent you from thinking that I'm showing off, we can spar a friendly spar. Don't worry, for the sake of master and sister Tianming, I won't kill you. Spar. Yi Xian smiled and said. We can spar. Xiao Ta said. Let's change places? Yi Xian nodded. Okay. As soon as he said that, he disappeared with Xiao Ta. The next moment, he and Xiao Ta appeared in an unknown galaxy. Yi Xian looked around, then smiled and said, Xiao Ta, I can use Xiao Hun to hit you. Is that okay? Xiao Ta laughed. I'm invincible, you can do as you please. Yi Xian. Dedeabi's voice suddenly sounded. I've never seen such an arrogant tower. What the hell is this? Xiao Ta smiled disdainfully. A lousy pen dares to judge me, what a joke. Whether it's a person or an object, the most lamentable thing is that you don't know what you're doing, which is ignorance. You ignorant Dedeabi, do you know who I am? Tower, the #1 tower in the universe. First there was me, Xiao Ta, then there will be heaven, do you understand? Yi Xian. F***ck. Dedeabi couldn't help but say, first you then the heavens? Are you crazy? Xiao Ta said indifferently, ignorant. Dedeabi. At the side, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Ta, can we start now? Xiao Ta said. Little lord, you attack first. Because I'm afraid that if I attack first, you won't have the chance to attack. Yi Xian laughed. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and opened his palm, causing the azure sword to appear in his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying force swept out from within his body as Yi Xian raised his sword. The space-time in front of Yi Xian split apart. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared in a universe. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta, who was in the current universe. With a thought, 4 streaks of sword gleam slashed at Xiao Ta's body. Instant invincibility. Moreover, it was the instant invincibility performed by the azure sword. Yi Xian could be said to have given his all in this attack. In the current world, the moment the 4 streaks of sword gleam appeared, Xiao Ta was instantly shocked. F***ck. F***ck. In the next moment, boom. With Xiao Ta as the center, everything within a perimeter was destroyed. Tens of millions of miles of starfields were destroyed with one sword. Fortunately, this was a dead starfield. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have been killed? Crack. At this moment, a cracking sound was suddenly heard in the field. Around Xiao Ta, more and more cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xiao Ta's body was covered in cracks. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta's voice trembled as he said, Young lord, you're really serious. Yi Xian smiled and said, Xiao Ta, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Fortunately, because I only used 20% of my strength. If I used a few more percent, Xiao Ta, you would... At this point, he didn't continue speaking. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian walked in front of Xiao Ta and looked at Xiao Ta, who was covered in cracks. He sighed softly and said, Xiaota, why are you so weak? Xiaota. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Sigh, I respect your thoughts. You should go and establish your own sect. After all, if you follow me now, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Take care. After speaking, he turned and left. In the same place, Xiaota hesitated for a moment and then said, Young lord, I was actually just joking just now. Yi Xian had already disappeared into the distance. Xiaota. Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy. He lay on a chair, crossed his legs, and read a book. During this period of time, he liked reading more and more, because every time he read, his heart could quickly calm down. He liked this kind of quiet state of himself. At this time, Little Soul suddenly said, Young lord, Xiaota is very arrogant, but he doesn't have bad intentions. Little Soul still didn't want Yi Xian to give up on Xiaota, because she and Xiaota had known each other for a long time, and could be regarded as true friends. Although Xiaota was very arrogant most of the time. Hearing Little Soul's words, Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and said with a smile, I know. Little Soul giggled. Young lord deliberately hid it, right? Yi Xian glanced at the Qingxian sword and said with a smile, Little Soul, you've become smarter now. Little Soul said, Young lord, I actually miss you. And Xiaota, he often talks about you in the Milky Way. In short, it's really good to be able to see you. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm also very happy to be able to see all of you. Naturally, he was not angry with Xiaota. Xiaota and he had gone through life and death together so many times. Why would he be angry with Xiaota over such a small matter? At this time, Qingqiu came from the side. She walked to Yi Xian's side, and then handed the tea in her hand to Yi Xian. She smiled slightly. Brother, have some tea. Brother. Not brother, young lord. Yi Xian glanced at Qingqiu. He smiled slightly, and then he stood up and said softly, Sit next to me. Qingqiu nodded, and then she sat next to Yi Xian. She naturally hugged Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian smiled lightly. Little girl, are you tired recently? Qingqiu shook her head. Not tired. Yi Xian turned to look at Qingqiu. Qingqiu blinked. What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled slightly. You've actually reached the ancient god realm. The corners of Qingqiu's mouth curled up slightly. Is it amazing? Yi Xian said seriously. Very. A brilliant smile appeared on Qingqiu's face. She was extremely happy. Yi Xian gently rubbed Qingqiu's head, and said with a smile, When will you reach the ancestor god realm? Qingqiu blinked. I'm not telling you. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Qingqiu giggled, and then she stood up. Brother, I'm going to work. After saying that, she turned around and skipped into the distance. She was very happy. Looking at Qingqiu in the distance, a complicated look flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. He would never allow the tragedy of the past to happen again. Everyone must live well. At this time, Xiaota appeared beside Yi Xian. Xiaota hesitated, and then said, Young lord. Yi Xian smiled, then opened his palm, and Xiaota flew into his hand. Xiaota, did you have fun in the Milky Way? Xiaota hurriedly said. Yes, the Milky Way is very fun. And Arya and Xiaobai. Arya always likes to provoke Sister Tianming, so she gets beaten every day. Yi Xian laughed. In fact, he was a little regretful in this trip to the Milky Way, because he didn't get to see the Milky Way, let alone see Arya and Xiaobai. He still missed Arya and Xiaobai very much. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Brother Bai, why doesn't your master allow outsiders to enter the Milky Way? After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, The Milky Way's martial arts civilization is very low. If outsiders enter it, it will pose a great threat to that world. Therefore, Master set up a restriction to prevent any cultivators from entering the Milky Way, until... Yi Xian smiled and said, Until Arya and Xiaobai arrive there, right? Dedeabi said, Yes, now the Milky Way is gradually connected with the outside world. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, Sai. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Don't worry, in the future, I will protect the Milky Way. Dedeabi. Yi Xian laughed, then looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Counting my fingers, the people of the clan should be arriving soon. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his gaze. He looked at the door in the distance. There, a young man slowly walked over. Yi Xian glanced at the young man, smiled and said, "From the clan." The young man walked in front of Yi Xian, smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the 7th young master of the clan." 7th young master? Yi Xian nodded slightly. "So it is the 7th young master. I have heard a lot about you." A trace of surprise flashed in the 7th young master's eyes. "You know me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I have heard of you." The 7th young master was a bit interested. "Where have you heard of me?" Yi Xian was speechless. "You idiot, I was just being polite. Why are you asking so many questions?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. Previously, the 9th young master said, "There is only one person in the clan who can threaten his prince position, and that is you, the 7th young master. You are like jade. The 7th young master is unparalleled." The 7th young master laughed. "This 9th younger brother of mine, although he is a bit useless, he is still a very honest person." Having said that, he sat in front of Yi Xian, then smiled and said, "Yi Xian, I have investigated you. I know that there are 2 mysterious swordsmen behind you. One is the man in green, the other is a woman in a plain dress. Am I right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The 7th young master smiled and said, "These 2 people are your biggest support, am I right?" Yi Xian thought about it, then honestly said, "No problem." The 7th young master stared at Yi Xian. "I want to see them." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The 7th young master smiled slightly. "You look very shocked. I will say it again. I want to see them." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "You are the one the clan sent to deal with me?" The 7th young master nodded. "Yes." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. "Good." The 7th young master frowned. "Good what?" Yi Xian blinked, smiled and said, "I like enemies like you the most." Chapter 2365. Haha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 7th young master suddenly laughed. Seeing the 7th young master laughing, Yi Xian's expression was calm as he gently drank the spiritual tea Qing Qiu brought him. Kill him directly? Of course he could do it. However, this was too boring. Because if he killed the 7th young master directly, the clan would not let it go. On the contrary, they would send more powerful enemies. Since that was the case, he could kill the person in front of him slowly to buy more time for himself. This way, he could avoid the situation where he couldn't be handsome for more than 3 days. At this time, the 7th young master shook his head and smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you looking down on me?" Yi Xian sternly said. "No, on the contrary, I respect the 7th young master very much." The 7th young master looked at Yi Xian. "Why?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Because the 7th young master has the bearing of a young master from a large clan. The clan's strength is 100 times stronger than mine. But the 7th young master didn't act arrogantly when he came here. Unlike the 9th young master, whose every movement exuded an air of superiority. But the 7th young master is different. The 7th young master's bearing is extraordinary, amiable and approachable. In my heart, he is the young master of a large clan. Even if I die in the hands of the 7th young master, I, Yi Xian, will have no complaints or regrets." The 7th young master laughed. "Yi Xian, you may be a little weak, but you are quite an honest person. It's a pity that you offended the heavenly prestige of my clan. Otherwise, I would have accepted you as a guest and brought you to my clan." Yi Xian sighed. "If the one I met that day was the 7th young master, I, Yi Xian, would not have made the same mistake again." As he said this, his expression suddenly became angry. "7th young master, tell me, if you met someone like the 9th young master, you wouldn't be able to kill him?" "Wouldn't be able to kill him?" The 7th young master nodded slightly. "That 9th brother of mine is indeed not a good person." 9th young master was speechless. Yi Xian nodded. "7th young master, even though I've killed 9th young master, I bear no ill will towards the main clan. The main clan is one of the largest clans in the world. Even if I was given 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to go against the main clan. If it wasn't for that 9th young master going too far, why would I, Yi Xian, have the intention to kill him?" The 7th young master sighed in a low voice. "Yi Xian, I sympathize with your experience. After all, that 9th brother of mine is indeed a good-for-nothing. Not to mention you, Even I wanted to kill him back in the clan. Perhaps you don't know this, but in the clan, aside from my second sister, he doesn't care about anyone else. Moreover, he often humiliates me in front of my face, saying that I'm a pig with a human head and an idiot. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. Such people deserve to die. Yi Xian quickly nodded. Death is not to be regretted. The seventh young master looked at Yi Xian. This time, the clan has given me a mission to kill you and wipe out 10 of your clans. Yi Xian was silent. The seventh young master suddenly said, I was going to do the same, but after coming here, I feel that you're a very honest person. You're a good person, so I've decided to give you a way out. I want to bring you back to the clan. If I bring you back, I can report to the clan, and you can avoid the disaster of wiping out 10 clans. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, If I go back with you, will the clan kill me? The seventh young master nodded. They should. Yi Xian was silent. The seventh young master looked at Yi Xian. My clan's strength is beyond your imagination. If you don't go back with me, then my clan will slaughter this world and everyone related to you. At that time, it won't be just you who will die, but every living being in this universe. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I'll go back with you. The seventh young master nodded. Then let's go. Yi Xian smiled. All right. He left just like that. Yi Xian followed the seventh young master and arrived at an expanse of the starry sky. In this expanse of the starry sky, Yi Xian saw 36 ancient god realm experts. 36 of them. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This clan really does have the ability to be domineering. All 36 of them were stunned when they saw Yi Xian. The seventh young master's expression was calm. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them started to travel through space. The clan actually had teleportation formations all over the universe. However, this place was truly too far away from the clan, so they had to travel through space first. On the way, the seventh young master glanced at Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't kill Yi Xian because he had his own plans. The ninth young master came to find Yi Xian, but not only did he not get rid of Yi Xian, he was even killed by Yi Xian. However, he was able to bring Yi Xian back to the clan with just a few words. This would definitely make the patriarch and the elders think highly of him. At the side, Yi Xian closed his eyes. The reason why he agreed to go to the clan was naturally because he didn't want the battlefield to be in the universe of gods. If they fought there, the entire universe of gods would not be spared. Therefore, he decided to go to the clan. Yi Xian suddenly sighed. This trip to the clan would probably be filled with fighting and killing again. He had to admit that he was already tired of this kind of fighting and killing. Wasn't it good for everyone to develop peacefully? But how could life always be smooth sailing? The seventh young master suddenly said, Young Master Yi, why are you sighing? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm afraid of death. The seventh young master was slightly stunned. Then he laughed. Young Master Yi, you're really interesting. If we weren't enemies, I would be willing to be friends with you. Yi Xian was speechless. The seventh young master shook his head. Unfortunately, you've killed someone from my clan. My clan will definitely not let you off. Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that my clan will definitely not harm that cosmos or your kin. Yi Xian glanced at the seventh young master and said with a smile, All right. The seventh young master looked into the distance and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know what his words today would bring him. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The moment she appeared, a terrifying force directly suppressed everyone present. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the woman. She wore a long white dress, had shoulder-length hair, and eyes as clear as water. She held an ancient scroll in her hand. The seventh young master was slightly stunned when he saw this woman. Then his expression turned ugly. Second sister. The second young miss of the clan, Zongbai. Zongbai glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Leave him to me. The seventh young master was slightly stunned, and then he spoke in a low voice, Second sister, he's my. Zongbai gazed at the seventh young master. Is there something wrong with you? The seventh young master's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, "Second sister. I'm fine." Zhongbai nodded slightly. "Report back and say that I took him away. I'll give everyone an explanation then." The seventh young master was slightly hesitant. Zongbai's expression was calm. "Little seventh, I remember that I haven't guided you in a very long time. Why don't I guide you now?" The seventh young master immediately said, "No, big sister, I'll report back right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 36 people behind him and vanished into the distance. They ran very quickly. Zhongbai walked over to Yixian, and then she gazed at Yixian. "Shall we go somewhere else to talk?" Yixian nodded. "All right." Zhongbai waved her right hand, and in the next moment the two of them vanished on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of a mountain. From this position, the mountains in the distance were connected to each other, and the peaks of the mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like a paradise. Zhongbai suddenly said, "With young Master Ye's strength, killing them should be a piece of cake, but young Master Yi wants to go with them to the clan." As she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, do you not want to fight in the universe of gods? Or do you want to destroy the clan? Or both?" Yi Xian smiled. "How should I address you, miss?" Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian. "Zhongbai." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Miss Zhongbai, I'm only at the ancient god realm. I'm not as powerful as you say." Zhongbai shook her head. "Young Master Yi, you should be more powerful than I say." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Zhongbai, did you bring me here to have a chat with me?" Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian. "I'm here to stop you from going to the clan." Yi Xian frowned. "Why?" Zhongbai stared at Yi Xian. "If you go to the clan, you will have to fight to the death. If my clan kills you, there will be a disaster." Yi Xian was silent. Zhongbai continued. "If my clan can't find someone, then he must be someone much stronger than my clan. Moreover, there are two possibilities for young Master Yi to make Dedeabi follow him. First, young Master Yi has obtained Dedeabi's recognition. Second, Dedeabi was forced to follow young Master Yi. Regardless of the reason, it's not something my clan can afford to offend. My clan naturally isn't afraid of Dedeabi's clone. But Dedeabi's real body isn't something my clan can contend against. And if Dedeabi is forced to follow young Master Yi, then it means that the person behind young Master Yi is stronger than Dedeabi. My clan can't afford to offend him." Yi Xian glanced at Zhongbai, but didn't say anything. Zhongbai turned her head and looked into the distance, softly saying, "Young Master Yi, I was born in the clan, but I'm a girl. Therefore, I have no fate to inherit the clan's position. Of course, it's also because I never had any thoughts about that position. I had already left, not wanting to interfere with the clan's matters. But in the end, I couldn't let it go. After all, the clan gave birth to me and raised me. I can't resent them just because they didn't let me be the clan head. Of course, I also know that the clan is like the sun in the sky right now. They don't care about anyone." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, "Young Master Yi, my clan controls hundreds of large and small universes. There are trillions of living beings that rely on my clan to survive. Now my clan is muddle-headed and can harm trillions of living beings with a single thought. May I be so bold as to ask young Master Yi to give me some time? Let me mediate the grievances between young Master Yi and my clan." As she spoke, she bowed deeply. Yi Xian was silent. Zhongbai continued, "This matter is my clan's fault. This calamity started because of my clan, but the trillions of living beings aren't at fault. The leaders are muddle-headed, and the ones suffering are the common people. Today, if young Master Yi goes to the clan, my clan will definitely be exterminated. All living beings under my clan will be consigned to eternal damnation." With that, she bowed deeply once more. "Young Master Yi, please give me a chance. Give my clan a chance. Give all living beings under my clan a chance." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "All right." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent suddenly shot into the sky from within his body. Mortal realm sword intent. This sword intent of the mortal world pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, the entire galaxy trembled. His sword intent had reached the ancient god realm. Moreover, there was another strand of sword intent within this strand of sword intent. Good. The sword will of the human realm contained the path of kindness. A good thought can cross thousands of mountains and rivers. P.S. Casting a monthly vote is also a good deed. 7017K. Chapter 2366. His sword intent had broken through. Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian with a complicated gaze and a trace of fear. Although his sword intent was only at the primordial god realm, its might made her heart palpitate. Yi Xian looked at the depths of the starry sky with a complicated gaze. Kindness. The stronger a person was, the more benevolent he was, the more he could change the fate of countless living beings. Conversely, if a person was powerful enough to do as he pleased, then it would be a disaster for all living beings. But just now, his kindness had allowed his sword intent to break through once more. Even if no one thanked him for his kindness, please don't lose what's most precious to you. Because one day, you might be able to obtain good karma. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at Zhongbai. Miss Zhongbai, you're a sensible person with great wisdom. Why doesn't the clan allow you to be the patriarch? Zhongbai shook her head. I'm a woman. If I were to become the patriarch, they're afraid that the clan would become someone else's dowry. Yi Xian smiled. So you're giving up? Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. It's very simple. If you want to mediate the enmity between me and the clan, you have to be the patriarch. Otherwise it's useless. They'll still come looking for trouble with me, and I'll still kill them. In this way, the conflict between me and the clan will only grow. Zhongbai fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, You have feelings for the clan, but you should understand that among the younger generation of the clan, no one is more outstanding than you. As the clan leader, you have the power to protect the clan better. Zhongbai fell silent for a moment before she said, I understand. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Actually, if Zhongbai really became the patriarch, then it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, it was always better to have a friend than an enemy at any time. Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, I'm going to the Paradise Realm. Are you willing to come with me? Yi Xian was curious. Immortal Realm? Zhongbai nodded. It's an extremely mysterious place. That place is currently the most dangerous place that we know of. 2 universe-enlightened ancestral god realm experts of my sect have entered that place in the past, but they've never returned. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't tell me you're trying to lead me there and divert the trouble to someone else? Zhongbai shook his head. I won't harm you. Yi Xian was curious. Why? Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian. Because I can't kill you. Even if the entire clan mobilized all their forces, they would not be able to kill young Master Yi. Right? Yi Xian looked straight at Zhongbai. Is it because I have a Dedeabi? Zhongbai smiled. No. Yi Xian was curious. Then why? Zhongbai smiled lightly. Because young Master Yi speaks of Dedeabi very casually. So casually that you don't think Dedeabi is extraordinary. Yi Xian fell silent. Zhongbai smiled. Young Master Yi, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve. Bang. The space in front of her suddenly split apart, and a space-time tunnel appeared before them. Yi Xian said, If I go with you to the Paradise Realm, can you guarantee that the clan won't go to the universe of gods to look for trouble with my academy? Zhongbai nodded. I can. Yi Xian looked at Zhongbai in silence. Zhongbai chuckled. Although I'm not the patriarch, I'm the protector of the sect. My authority is only second to the patriarch's. Telling them not to cause trouble for you is something I can do. Yi Xian asked, What if they come? Zhongbai said, I'll help you kill them. Yi Xian looked at Zhongbai. A moment later he smiled. Let's go. With that said, the two disappeared into the space-time tunnel. Clan. Inside the hall, the 7th young master stood respectfully. On both sides were the various elders of the clan. The patriarch Zhongshou suddenly said, She took Yi Xian away? The 7th young master nodded. Zhongshou frowned. Why did she take Yi Xian away? The 7th young master shook his head. I don't know. Zhongshou fell silent. At this moment, an elder suddenly said, "No matter what, that Yi Xian must die." Zhongshou glanced at the elder. "Then you go kill him?" The elder's expression froze. Although Zhongbai was a member of the younger generation, her status in the clan was second only to the patriarch. Be it status or strength, Zhongbai had reached the peak of the half-step ancestor god realm a long time ago. The most terrifying thing was that she could already fight ancestor god realm experts at that time. Zhongshou suddenly said, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. Report immediately if anything happens." With that, he stood up and left. In the hall, the crowd dispersed. In the space-time tunnel, Yi Xian and Zhongbai were shuttling swiftly. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the ancient book in Zhongbai's hand. "Miss Zhongbai, what book is this?" Zhongbai smiled. "It's a book about realms written by Miss Qin." Yi Xian smiled. "According to what I know, you want to swallow the immortal treasure pavilion, right?" Zhongbai fell silent. Yi Xian asked softly, "Do you know Qin Guan?" Zhongbai shook her head. "Not much." Yi Xian shook his head. "You dare to target the immortal treasure pavilion when you don't know much? Miss Zhongbai, let me tell you, they can't contact Miss Qin Guan now. Once they do, I'm afraid your clan will be consigned to eternal damnation." Zhongbai turned to look at Yi Xian. "Is young Master Yi familiar with Pavilion Master Qin?" Yi Xian nodded. "She's my friend." Zhongbai looked into the distance and said softly, "When the clan wanted to target the immortal treasure pavilion, I suggested it, but they didn't accept it. The breadth of this Pavilion Master Qin's knowledge is rarely seen." Yi Xian smiled. "Not only is she knowledgeable, but she's also very strong. Miss Zhongbai, to be honest, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to save your clan, especially when your clan attacked the immortal treasure pavilion. I know Miss Qin Guan's temper. She won't let your clan off." Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian and hesitated to speak. Yi Xian smiled. "Don't look at me. Miss Qin Guan is very good at forging swords. I can't deal with her. Unless..." At this point he suddenly stopped talking. Zhongbai quickly asked, "Unless what?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Miss Zhongbai, you've overlooked a problem. Right now, you're the only one in the clan who wants to change the clan and form good karma. As for the others, they're all on the brink of death. If you want to change the clan, you can only become the patriarch. Only then can you change the clan and save it. Otherwise, whatever you do now is meaningless because you're not the patriarch. Understand?" Zhongbai nodded. "Understood. This time, I'm going to the immortal domain to find a senior of my clan. I need his support. With his support, I can become the patriarch without bloodshed." Yi Xian nodded. "Speaking of which, what kind of place is this immortal domain?" Zhongbai shook her head. "I don't know." Yi Xian smiled. "Then aren't you afraid of not coming back?" Zhongbai replied. "Afraid?" Yi Xian was surprised. "Then? You're still going?" Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian. "Because I'm afraid. That's why I'm bringing you." Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Zhongbai said seriously, "I think if you come with me, we should be able to come back alive, right?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "What makes you think so?" Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, "I think no one can kill you, at least in this universe." Yi Xian was curious. "Why are you so confident in me? Is it because of your guesses just now?" Zhongbai countered with a question. "Can anyone kill you?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Yes, but they're all my people." "The Daebi." Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said seriously, "I'm not lying." Zhongbai nodded. "I believe you." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "You really believe me?" Zhongbai nodded. "Of course. You have no reason to lie to me, right?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How rare. This was the first time someone believed him when he spoke the truth. Zhongbai's eyes flashed with worry. With the clan's current strength, there were indeed very few opponents. But now, the clan was courting death by provoking two people who weren't afraid of the clan. AI. Zhongbai sighed softly. Just as Yi Xian said, if she wanted to change the clan and save the clan, she had to become the clan leader. Only by becoming the clan leader would she be able to change everything. At this thought, Zhongbai looked into the distance and sped up. Yi Xian glanced at Zhongbai. Why was this clan different from his own? The clan valued males over females, but his own clan valued females over males. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a sin. At this moment, Zhongbai suddenly said, "We're almost there." Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, he saw a white vortex. Yi Xian was curious. "Miss Zhongbai, what kind of place is this paradise?" Zhongbai shook her head. "It's a very mysterious place. As for what kind of place it is, I don't know either. I only know that my ancestor once entered it and never came out again." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid?" Yi Xian blinked. "Do you know that I have a nickname?" Zhongbai was curious. "What nickname?" Yi Xian smiled. "Legacy Killer." Zhongbai was speechless. Soon, the two of them were getting closer to the white vortex. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. Sensing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Brother Bai, is it dangerous inside?" The deity said. "That depends on how you look at it." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The deity was silent for a moment. "If you die, you definitely won't die, but..." Yi Xian was curious. "But what?" The deity said indifferently. "But you might be beaten badly." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. "I won't," the deity said. "Don't be too confident." Yi Xian looked at the white vortex that was getting closer and closer. He smiled. "If I become a younger brother again and get beaten badly again, I will recognize Xiao Ta as my master." Xiao Ta immediately said, "Really?" Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2367. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian's face immediately turned cold. This guy has a rebellious streak. Looks like I have to find a chance to teach this guy a lesson, lest he rebels in the future. At this time, Xiao Ta hesitated and then said, "Young lord, I was just joking." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Xiao Ta, I still don't know what changes have happened to you." Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian was a little curious. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ta sighed softly. "Young lord, I have to keep a low profile. I used to talk too much, and then, at this point it stopped talking." Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but at this time, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him and Zhongbai. Boom! With a roar in their ears, the two appeared in a stretch of ruins. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings. At this moment he and Zhongbai were in the center of a wasteland. Everywhere around them were broken fences and broken walls. Above their heads floated a thick, black cloud that was incomparably stifling. And in the distant sky, there were still some remnants of swords floating. Swords. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that this was once a swordsman's sect? As if he felt something, he suddenly turned his head. In the distance, a few hundred zhang away, there was a stone tablet that was hundreds of zhang long. And on the stone tablet, there was a sword. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the sword. The sword was 4 feet long, 2 fingers wide, and it was completely black. At this time, Zhongbai suddenly said, "Be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the stone tablet in the distance and said, "Let's go and have a look." Zhongbai nodded. The two walked toward the stone tablet. On the way, Yi Xian glanced around, as if he discovered something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his left thumb lightly pressed against the green profound sword. Zhongbai slowly clenched his right hand. Soon, the two walked in front of the stone tablet. Yi Xian looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 3 big words: Demon Sword Sect. Demon Sword Sect. Yi Xian whispered. It really is a swordsman sect. It had been a long time since he had seen the swordsman sect. Zhongbai said softly, "There must have been a great battle here." Yi Xian nodded. He looked up at the black sword at the top of the stone tablet. He opened his palm. Come. The black sword did not move. There was no reaction. Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, his right hand lightly twirled. Come. The black sword still did not budge. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. What the hell? Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian's old face turned slightly red. He suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the black sword. He sized up the black sword and frowned, because he couldn't see what was so special about it. Yi Xian held the black sword in his hand. Boom! As soon as he held it, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment his eyes turned pitch black. In an instant, a cloud of black energy erupted from his body. Then his body began to corrode bit by bit. Shocked, Yi Xian hurriedly activated his armor. Rumble! As soon as the armor appeared, the cloud of black energy was blocked. However, he was shocked to find that the insides of his body were still being corroded. The armor was blocking the outside, not the inside. Yi Xian hurriedly calmed down and activated his bloodline power. Boom! In an instant, the blood in Yi Xian's body began to boil. Very soon, a terrifying bloodline power erupted from his body. Along with this bloodline, following the eruption of this bloodline power, the black energy in his body was slowly suppressed. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the black sword suddenly trembled violently. A moment later, it struggled free from Yi Xian's grasp and stabbed towards the center of his forehead. Yi Xian didn't dodge and allowed it to stab into his forehead. Right at the instant that the black sword was about to stab into the center of Yi Xian's forehead, a hand suddenly grabbed the blade of the sword. It was Zongbei. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbei's eyes. She swiftly grabbed the black sword and tossed it to the side. As soon as the sword left her hand, her right palm split into two. At the instant that the black sword flew out, it suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the center of Zongbei's forehead. Zongbei's eyes narrowed slightly. She was just about to attack when a ray of light suddenly slashed against the black sword. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and then both swords were blasted flying. Yi Xian appeared by Zongbei's side. Zongbei gazed at the black sword with a solemn expression on her face. That sword is terrifying. Yi Xian glanced at Zongbei's severed hand and said, "Recuperate first." Zongbei nodded slightly. She withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it. However, it was utterly useless. Moreover, she noticed to her astonishment that her palm was being corroded bit by bit. Zongbei frowned at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Zongbei's arm, and then a strand of his bloodline energy surged into Zongbei's arm. Bang! A ray of blood-red light swept through Zongbei's arm, and then the remaining black energy around Zongbei's injury vanished. Yi Xian relaxed his grip and spoke softly. "It's fine now." Zongbei gazed at Yi Xian with astonishment in her eyes. "Your bloodline energy." In that instant just now, she clearly sensed Yi Xian's bloodline energy. It was too terrifying. Yi Xian grinned. "Have you heard of the bloodline of the Mad Demon clan?" Zongbei shook her head. Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed towards the distance. At this moment, the green profound sword had entered into battle with the black sword. Yi Xian suddenly noticed that the green profound sword's ability in one-on-one combat was very formidable. And it wasn't just ordinarily formidable. Of course, the black sword was quite terrifying as well. After all, the green profound sword could be said to be the number one sword beneath the three swords. Yet this black sword was actually able to fight the green profound sword equally. At this moment, the black sword in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, thousands of strands of sword chi swept out from within it. Tens of thousands of holes were torn in the sky. The green profound sword suddenly trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It broke through the enemy's defenses with a single point. Rumble! A ray of light suddenly exploded in the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, the two swords were sent flying several tens of thousands of meters away. Wherever the two swords passed, space-time was torn inch by inch, and the entire sky was directly torn into a huge spider web. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian looked at the black sword with a slight frown, and his heart was filled with shock. Just where did this sword come from? And how could it actually block the green profound sword? At this moment, the black sword suddenly trembled violently, and in the next moment, the space-time in front of Yi Xian directly split apart, and then a sword directly stabbed towards the center of Yi Xian's brows. It was the black sword. To catch bandits, first catch the king? Yi Xian was stunned. This sword was very thoughtful, and actually knew to catch bandits by first catching the king. Watch out! Zongbai's voice suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's ears, and in the next moment, the hilt of the black sword was directly grabbed by a hand. It was Zongbai's hand, and at this moment, the black sword had already left Yi Xian's brows. It was less than half an inch away from Yi Xian's brows. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbai's eyes. She grabbed the black sword and tossed it towards the side. At the same time, she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist forward. Rumble! A terrifying fist seal slammed into the black sword, and the black sword was blasted several thousand feet away. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zongbai's eyes. She seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian with slight anger. Why didn't you resist? Could it be that you don't know how dangerous this sword is? Yi Xian was just about to speak when the black sword suddenly turned around and vanished into the horizon. It fled? Zongbai's brows knit together slightly. Yi Xian glanced at the sky, and his brows knit together slightly as well. That sword really does possess some ability, and its origins are extraordinary. Zongbai pointed towards the distance. Look! Yi Xian looked along the direction of Zongbai's finger. A damaged hull was floating at the end of his field of vision, and the black sword was hovering in the air above the hull. Moreover, it was emanating numerous sword howls as if it was provoking them on purpose. Zongbai spoke solemnly. It's provoking us on purpose and wants us to go over. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's go over. As he spoke, he walked towards the sword. Zongbai was slightly stunned, and then she hurriedly pulled on Yi Xian's arm. You. Yi Xian gazed at Zongbai and felt slightly helpless. Didn't you trust me a lot earlier? Why don't you trust me now? Zongbai hesitated for a moment and said, This place is very dangerous. Even though you're very strong, I think that we should be more cautious. That sword is provoking us on purpose to make us go over, so there's definitely something wrong with it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll be very responsible and tell you that I'm actually quite strong. Really? If it attacks me again, don't interfere. Do you understand? Zongbai. When he saw Zongbai's shocked expression, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Let's go. Let's go together. With that, he led Zongbai towards the distance. Zongbai slowly clenched his right hand, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. Yi Xian turned to look at Zongbai. You think it's very dangerous? Zongbai nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Saying that I'm invincible might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm least afraid of a swordsman. The only swordsman that can kill me is either my sister or my father, and the last one is my big brother. So don't worry, understand? Zongbai. Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention to Zongbai, and he led Zongbai to the front of the dilapidated hall. At this moment, a phantom suddenly surged out from the black sword, and the phantom looked down at Yi Xian and said in a hoarse voice, Swordsman. Yi Xian looked at the phantom. What? The phantom suddenly said in a fierce voice, I want you dead. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Can you give me a reason? The phantom said, I don't like the sight of you. Is this reason enough? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then smiled slightly. There are many who don't like the sight of me. Who do you think you are? As he said that, he raised a finger and laughed. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Come, I'll stand still and let you slash me. I won't defend, and I won't dodge. The sword suddenly said fiercely. Are you sure? Yi Xian said with a smile. A gentleman keeps his word. The sword suddenly trembled violently, and in the next moment, it directly turned into a spear. Then, the spear cut through the sky and stabbed straight at Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn, this sword doesn't play by the rules. P.S. Asking for tickets. Chapter 2368. The spear stabbed forward. Yi Xian was speechless. Did this idiot know that he could absorb swords? He still did not dodge and allowed the spear to stab him between his eyebrows. Boom. A spear gleam suddenly erupted from between his eyebrows. The terrifying force caused Yi Xian's entire body to tremble. However, Yi Xian was completely unscathed. He had forcefully withstood all the force of the spear. Zongbai was completely stunned when he saw this. At this moment, the spear suddenly retreated and widened the distance between it and Yi Xian. The spear trembled slightly and returned to its sword form. Yi Xian looked at Black Sword. That's it. Black Sword suddenly flew into a rage. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he wielded the sword and slashed forward. Boom. In the distance, Black Sword was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, the Qingxian sword stabbed him again. Boom. Black Sword was sent flying again. This time, he flew hundreds of thousands of feet away. After Black Sword stopped, he slashed at him again. Boom. A wave of sword gleam exploded and Black Sword was sent flying. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. In the distance, Black Sword suddenly roared angrily. 2 against 1. What kind of man are you? 2 against 1. Yi Xian was speechless. He glanced at Black Sword. Let your master come out. Black Sword said fiercely. My master has fallen. If he hadn't fallen, a swordsman like you would have died in no time. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Dead. As he said this, he shook his head slightly. It seems that your master is very weak. He actually died. Black Sword suddenly roared. What do you know? Do you know how powerful he is? You have no idea, you. Yi Xian said, he's dead. Whatever you say is useless. Black Sword was speechless. At the side, Zhongbai could not help but laugh. Yi Xian continued, a truly powerful swordsman will never die, just like me. Black Sword's entire body trembled. Swordsman, you dare despise my master? Yi Xian nodded. I dare. If you're not convinced, let him resurrect and beat me up. Black Sword said angrily. Are you talking like a human? He had already fallen. Your words are so shameless. Yi Xian laughed and said, I'm shameless, hee. Black Sword was speechless. Zhongbai. Little fellow, you're quite interesting. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the floating palace. The Black Sword flew in front of the middle-aged man. Master. Zhongbai's expression instantly became extremely solemn when he saw the middle-aged man. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man in silence. The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian, and finally stopped at the Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist. He chuckled. Dedeabi. Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man then looked at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. A trace of solemnity and complexity appeared in his eyes when he saw the azure sword. At that moment, Zhongbai suddenly said, You are? The middle-aged man smiled. The sect leader of the demon sword sect. Zhongbai frowned slightly. I've never heard of you. The middle-aged man smiled. It's normal that you've never heard of me. The demon sword sect has been around for at least 100 million years. Things have remained the same, but people have changed after 100 million years. 100 million years. Yi Xian was quite shocked. There were already such terrifying powerhouses 100 million years ago. This meant that the martial arts civilization of that era was already very advanced. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Shall we have a spar? Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The middle-aged man smiled. Be careful. As soon as he said that, the space-time in front of Yi Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, before Yi Xian could react, a sword had pierced his chest. Boom. Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and the armor on his body caved in. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he retreated thousands of meters. When he stopped, he looked at his chest. The armor on his chest had caved in. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression became solemn. Although this sword didn't break Arya's armor, the power of this sword was enough to damage Arya's armor. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. Your armor is so powerful. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Your sword is also powerful. The middle-aged man smiled. Again, you have to be careful. As soon as he said that, he took a step forward. As soon as this step fell, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he blocked with his sword. Rumble. His right arm trembled violently. In the next moment, Yi Xian was horrified because he discovered that a terrifying force had directly penetrated into his body through his armor. Bang! Yi Xian flew thousands of meters away. When he stopped, a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of seriousness in Yi Xian's eyes. His opponent's sword technique was so strange that it could penetrate his armor. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled. Again, Yi Xian looked up and smiled. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, the armor on his body disappeared with a thought. There was no armor. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure you want to do this? Without that armor, my sword technique can easily break your body. Yi Xian smiled. Bring it on. As soon as he said that, he opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, bang! A terrifying sword intent suddenly shot into the sky from his body. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw the sword intent. Your sword intent. In the distance, Yi Xian smiled. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss. A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was calm as he casually stabbed with his sword. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly exploded in front of them. In the next moment, the middle-aged man retreated a few hundred meters, but he didn't stop and slashed with his sword again. This attack was even faster than the previous one. A trace of astonishment flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword out. The sword was light, like a leaf falling slowly in the wind. However, when the sword struck Yi Xian's sword, it suddenly changed. The originally light sword suddenly turned into a violent storm. Bang! In front of the two, a beam of sword light suddenly exploded. The next moment, Yi Xian had already retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, the space-time between his eyebrows suddenly cracked. And then a sword was already half an inch away from his eyebrows. The scene froze. Did I lose? No. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword had pierced the hilt of the black sword at some point in time, forcefully blocking the black sword. Yi Xian shook his wrist. Bang! A wave of sword intent surged out, and the black sword was instantly shattered. Flying. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and the black sword appeared in his hand. At the instant he held the black sword, he retreated a few meters. A wisp of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Young man, your sword intent is amazing. Yi Xian grinned. Senior, you're too kind. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not. Your sword intent is extremely amazing, and it contains your sword Dao. Your sword Dao's future is limitless. Yi Xian smiled and said, Thank you. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian while a wisp of praise flashed through his eyes. Little fellow, I'll attack again. If you're able to block it without relying on any external objects, then I'll give you fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then the black sword in his hand shot into the sky. Yi Xian looked up into the sky, and the black sword suddenly started trembling violently. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, Little fellow, you can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly turned black, and then he opened his right hand and swiftly pulled it down. Life obliteration. Bang! A terrifying strand of black sword intent suddenly shot into the sky, and entered the black sword. In an instant, a terrifying and evil aura instantly swept through the entire world. Zongbai's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly retreated explosively. Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she gazed at the black sword. What evil sword intent! Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly started laughing. The most evil in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together and pointed at Yi Xian. Slash. Hiss. The black sword suddenly slashed down from the sky, and it seemed as if it intended to tear the entire universe into pieces. The sword contained the most evil sword intent. Down below, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword trembled violently. At the same time, streams of terrifying mortal sword will gushed out of his body, and converged into the Qingxian sword like a river. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword soared into the sky like a torrent of mortal sword will. Kindness. There was kindness amidst the sword intent in the world. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled violently. A black and white light from the sword abruptly exploded, instantly engulfing the entire sky. The Siam Profound Sword and the Black Sword were locked in a stalemate. The two swords trembled violently, and terrifying bursts of power continued to erupt. The world began to turn illusory bit by bit. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly pressed his right hand down slowly. The black sword trembled violently before a strand of terrifying energy erupted from it. And then the green profound sword was gradually forced back. Yi Xian gazed silently at the green profound sword that was being forced back. Kindness can't suppress evil? The evil within the sword intent grew stronger and stronger while the light around the green profound sword grew dimmer and dimmer. At this moment, the kindness sword intent was gradually vanishing as well. It was being suppressed. The black sword's imposing aura grew more and more terrifying, and the green profound sword was at an absolute disadvantage. It wasn't that the green profound sword was no match for the black sword. It was because the kindness sword intent was no match for the evil sword intent. Yi Xian had a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. All the ancient books he'd read said that evil could never defeat good. But was it really like that? Most of the time, evil was stronger than good. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked into the sky. When good can't do anything, then let evil save all living beings. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Within Yi Xian's body, the power of his bloodline suddenly shot into the sky. Within this power of his bloodline, there was a strand of terrifying sword intent that had been sealed for a long time. Evil sword intent. At this moment, the power of his bloodline was undergoing a change. Chapter 2369. Good and Evil Sword Intents. He had comprehended this sword intent before, but he had gradually abandoned it. He did not expect that these two sword intents would reappear with the establishment of his human sword principle. That was not right. It should be said that there were good and evil thoughts in the depths of one's heart. As Yi Xian's evil sword intent and bloodline power soared into the sky, the green profound sword shook violently. In the next moment, when the bloodline power and evil sword intent surged into it, rumble. The black sword was suddenly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, the middle-aged man's evil sword intent dissipated, and was replaced by Yi Xian's good sword intent and evil sword intent. At this moment, Yi Xian's evil sword intent began to suppress Yi Xian's good sword intent together with the bloodline power. The good sword intent could not withstand it. Yi Xian frowned. The evil sword intent was much more ferocious than the good sword intent. Was he really a bad person? Yi Xian shifted his mind, and the sword intent of evil thought and sword intent of kindness were completely withdrawn into his body. Boom. After returning to his body, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the bloodline power in his body gradually calmed down. After a while, Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man smiled. Amazing. Young man, you are really amazing. Not only do you have the good sword intent, but you also have the evil sword intent. Moreover, the two sword intents can coexist peacefully. Amazing. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, you are too kind. The middle-aged man shook his head. You are indeed outstanding. If the demon sword sect had a genius like you. Speaking of this, he sighed and looked gloomy. Yi Xian was curious. Senior, did something happen to the demon sword sect? The demon sword sect nodded. Disaster. Saying this, he looked around and said softly, the foundation of countless years was destroyed in one day. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. My sword principle consists of two words, evil and evil. As a swordsman, we should do as we please and follow our hearts. Yi Xian was silent. Do as you please. Follow your heart. A swordsman should be like that. Of course, he had another point of view, which was that no matter if one was a swordsman or any other cultivation, they should have their own bottom line. Of course, at this moment, he naturally wouldn't refute him. We'll talk about other things after we get the benefits. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What do you think? Yi Xian said seriously, of course. The middle-aged man laughed. I knew it. You're a kindred spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a strong evil intent. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the black sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the black sword directly sank into the center of Yi Xian's brows. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying black aura enveloped Yi Xian. In an instant, Countless evil intents surged into Yi Xian's mind like a tidal wave. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Gradually his eyes turned pitch black. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Today, I'll pass on all my evil intents to you. As for how much you can absorb, it'll depend on your own luck. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying black sword intent soared into the sky from Yi Xian's body. The sword intent directly shattered the space-time above his head and swept across the sky. At this moment, Yi Xian activated the power of the bloodline in his body. He had to suppress this horrifying evil thought. He could not let this evil thought wreak havoc. Boom. As Yi Xian's bloodline power appeared, the powerful evil intent was gradually suppressed. A trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Your bloodline power is so powerful. Zhongbai was also somewhat shocked. She had seen Yi Xian's bloodline power before, and it was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. And behind those who possessed this bloodline power, Zhongbai's expression gradually became solemn. At this moment, the black aura around Yi Xian disappeared. Yi Xian returned to normal, and he had already absorbed the middle-aged man's evil intent. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Many thanks. The middle-aged man praised. Your sword intent is truly invincible. Not only can it contain the sword intent of good intent, but it can also contain the sword intent of evil intent. Amazing. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too kind. The middle-aged man roared with laughter as he opened his palm, and the black sword appeared in his grasp. This sword is called the Evil Sword. Today, it's the sword of my demon sword sect's founding ancestor. Today, I'll pass it down to you. With this sword, you'll be able to bring forth its greatest might when you utilize the evil sword intent in the future. Yi Xian glanced at the black sword in his hand and said, All right. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, Little fellow, I won't hide it from you. Accepting the inheritance of my demon sword sect might cause you to suffer great karma. I'm sure you've noticed that my demon sword sect was destroyed, so. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. The middle-aged man smiled. That's good. As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. Zhongbai suddenly said, Senior, my ancestor entered this place in the past, but he never left. May I know where he went? The middle-aged man smiled. He probably went to Fallen City to search for a divine object that fell from the ruins. Zhongbai's brows knit together slightly. A divine object that fell from the ruins? The middle-aged man nodded, and then he pointed to the right. There's a city 1,500 kilometers away from here, and it's called Fallen City. It's a ruin, and a very formidable power once resided within it. But for some unknown reason, the city was suddenly massacred overnight. The people who massacred the city didn't kill them completely, and they just imprisoned their souls within their bodies forever. So, that place has become a ghost city now. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. You possess the goodwill sword intent. If you're able to save the people of that city, then your goodwill sword intent will probably improve by a level, or even undergo a qualitative change. Zhongbai suddenly asked, Is it dangerous? The middle-aged man smiled. Even I don't dare to rashly step foot into that place. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian again. However, you should be fine. Since you're able to possess the legendary Dedeabi, then the karma of that city shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Of course, this depends on whether you're willing to go or not. As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to completely disappear, Yi Xian couldn't care less about his face anymore. He hurriedly asked, Senior, the treasures of the demon sword sect. The middle-aged man smiled. They're all gone. As he spoke, he completely disappeared. Yi Xian, Zhongbai suddenly said. Young Master Yi, I think this might be a trap. Yi Xian chuckled. How could I not know? Why did the other party give him the inheritance so easily? Was it really because of Yi Xian's talent? It wasn't just that. If he accepted this inheritance, it would mean that he would become a sworn enemy of the powerful force that destroyed this sect. Zhongbai said in a low voice. Aren't you worried? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Do you want to hear the truth? Zhongbai nodded. Of course. Yi Xian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand, then said, With my sister here, I'm not afraid of any karma between heaven and earth. As he spoke, he walked into the distance. Zongbai, in the distance, within Yi Xian's body, Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, you're a little too arrogant now. Yi Xian smiled. Am I? Xiaotao said, Yes. Yi Xian laughed. With a sister like this, if I don't be arrogant, who would be arrogant? Xiaotao was silent for a moment, then said, I can't refute you. Yi Xian. On the way, Zongbai suddenly said, Are you going to Fallen City? Yi Xian nodded. Zongbai turned to look at Yi Xian. Which city do you want to save? Yi Xian said softly, Let's go take a look first. Zongbai nodded. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the evil sword appeared in his hand. He sized up the evil sword, then smiled. Why are you so quiet? After a moment of silence, the evil sword spirit said, Master asked me to follow you, so you're my master from now on. Since I'm my master, I should be loyal to you. How would I dare to disrespect you? After all, I can't defeat you. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he laughed. What an evil spirit. You have a bright future. Ha. Zongbai glanced at Yi Xian, but he didn't say anything. Before long, the two of them arrived at Fallen City. The entire city was extremely gloomy, and there were 2 bloody corpses hanging upside down at the city gates, still dripping with blood. Blood could be seen everywhere around the city walls. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this scene. Zongbai's expression suddenly became solemn. This place is so strange. Yi Xian nodded. Right at this moment, gloomy laughter suddenly resounded from the side. Yi Xian turned around and saw a pale woman sitting on the nearby city walls. The woman sat on top of the city walls, and her legs were swaying about. At this moment, the woman was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze. Let's enter the city. Zongbai hesitated for a moment, but he still followed Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the woman on the city walls suddenly said, How dare you? Yi Xian stopped, and then he looked at the woman on the city walls and smiled. Miss, what's your name? The woman stared at Yi Xian. Do you know that you'll become food for countless evil spirits once you enter this city? Your body and blood will make those evil spirits go mad. Yi Xian asked again. Miss, what's your name? The woman gazed at Yi Xian for a short while before she said, Su Xiaoxiao. Yi Xian spread out his palm. Do you want to be free? If you do, come follow me. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian said again, Come. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stretched out her hand and lightly tapped in front of her. Soon, an invisible barrier blocked her hand. Then she looked at Yi Xian. You can only enter this city, you can't leave. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a deity flew out. The next moment, the deity directly pointed in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Boom. The space in front of Su Xiaoxiao directly distorted. Yi Xian said, Hold this brush. Su Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, and then directly reached out to hold the deity. Boom. In an instant, the deity directly brought Su Xiaoxiao out. After coming out, Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. After a while, she turned her head to look at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, I really came out? Yi Xian nodded, and then walked towards the distant city gate. Su Xiaoxiao Dao said, It's really dangerous. Yi Xian waved the deity in his hand and said disdainfully, The deity is my big brother. Who dares to touch me? Who dares? Su Xiaoxiao. In a room somewhere in the Milky Way, an angry voice suddenly sounded. F***CK, what the F***CK, don't you dare mess around. P.S. Asking for votes. If you don't know how to vote, you can come to Zongheng Chinese Network. You can vote here. Chapter 2370. Yi Xian ignored the deity and led Zongbai away. The deity hurriedly said, Yi Xian, don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly. Yi Xian stopped and said, Brother Bai, are you that afraid of Fallen City? The deity said, I'm not afraid, but I can't interfere with the fate of all living beings. This goes against the rules that Master set for me. What you want to do, that's your own business. You can't make me take the blame. Yi Xian. Brother Yi, you have to be a man. Yi Xian was curious. Why can't you interfere with the fate of all living beings? The deity said, because I'm the operator of fate, the executor of the rules. If I interfere, wouldn't it be a mess? Yi Xian asked again, didn't you kill people before? The deity said, they provoked me first. Since they provoked me, it's natural for me to kill them. There's a cause and effect. Yi Xian thought about it and said, that's easy. After I go in, I'll lie low for a while and let them take the initiative to cause trouble for me. Finally, I'll bring you out. Some idiots will definitely deliberately target me and you. At that time, it'll be natural for you to kill them. Fuck. The deity hurriedly said, Yi Xian, don't be like that. You're luring them, it's not right. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Bai, don't feel pressured. We're here to do something good. Even if you violate the rules, your master definitely won't blame you. The deity sighed. Yi Xian, you have to understand that existence is reasonable. In the forest, you beat back the wolf to save the sheep. But what about the wolf? What if it starves to death? Yi Xian pointed to the city in the distance. Do you feel the hostility and resentment in this city? How many died tragically? The deity said, they have their own destiny. Yi Xian smiled and said, are some living beings destined to be tragic from birth? The deity replied, not completely, they can work hard to change the trajectory of their fate. Yi Xian chuckled. Brother Bai, let me ask you, if I asked Qing'er to kill you now, would you feel wronged? After a moment of silence, the deity said, don't be like this. Aren't we having a good chat? Yi Xian smiled and said, if I let Qing'er kill you now, your death will be your fate. You can't blame Qing'er for your death. You can only blame yourself for not working hard enough, right? The deity, Yi Xian whispered, Brother Bai, I'm not arguing with you. I just want to tell you that the people at the bottom are often helpless. The deity was silent for a moment, then said, I know what you're saying, but I really can't break the rules. If the people who enforce the rules break the rules, the world will fall into chaos. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, how about this, if you don't want to get involved, we'll change the method. I'll do it, after I do it, you cover me. In this way, other people's karma will become our karma. What do you think? The deity said in a low voice, I don't think so. Is there a difference? Yi Xian said seriously, of course there is a difference. You cover me, that means you don't have to get involved with other karma. The deity was silent. Yi Xian said, then it's settled. The deity said in a low voice, do I have a choice? Yi Xian nodded. Of course, I'm a person who respects democracy very much. I, Yi Xian, am not the kind of person who calls others for help. The deity, Yi Xian said seriously, tell me your choice. The deity was silent for a moment, then said, do as you please. Anyway, I can't do anything to you. Yi Xian laughed, and he walked towards the city. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly said behind him, are you really going in? Yi Xian turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. Are you familiar with the city? Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Familiar. Yi Xian smiled and said, are you willing to go in with me? Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and said, if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. You're free now, you can leave. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. I'll go in with you. Yi Xian smiled and said, okay. After the three of them entered the city, Yi Xian immediately frowned. This place was too gloomy. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with hostility and resentment. There were too many vengeful spirits. Su Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, in this city, there are two extremely powerful ghost kings. They are Yi Xian Ghost King in the south and Sima Ghost King in the north. These two people have been fighting all year round, but they are evenly matched. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from afar. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. She stood directly behind Yi Xian, and then gently poked Yi Xian's waist with the finger of her right hand. You go. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian's group of three. The middle-aged man's face was as pale as a piece of paper, and his eyes were faintly bloodshot. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian with undisguised greed in his eyes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A strand of bloodline energy surged out from his palm. As this strand of bloodline energy appeared, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly constricted. Good blood, Yi Xian said with a smile. Do you really want to devour it? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, and a wisp of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Are you trying to trick me? Yi Xian's expression froze. Holy shit. Are the people in this place so intelligent? The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian. You came in from the outside. Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man asked again. So you know where this place is? Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man sneered. Young man, you dared to come in here on your own at such a young age, and you even dared to deliberately expose your special bloodline aura. Are you trying to dig a hole for me to jump into? Yi Xian, the middle-aged man sneered again. You're evil. With that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the street in the distance. Yi Xian was a little confused where he stood. What the hell? Zhongbai said in a low voice. They should have sensed that you're in danger. Su Xiaoxiao also said. It's normal. Those who can survive here are either very strong or very smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Let's go. With that, he led the two women into the distance. Along the way, the surroundings were extremely gloomy, but Yi Xian didn't dislike this kind of gloominess. After all, he had the evil thought sword intent. Along the way, Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras, but not a single person came to cause trouble for him. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he activated the bloodline power in his body once more. Bang! In a split second, a terrifying bloodline surged out of Yi Xian's body and soared into the sky. Then, an extremely powerful bloodline aura permeated the city. The entire fallen city was shocked. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Xian, and then she couldn't help but ask, Big sister, what's he trying to do? Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian, and then he shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly resounded. He's trying to act cool. The two women were speechless. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the aura of his bloodline had swept through the entire fallen city. At this moment, the space in front of Yi Xian's group of three suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked out. This middle-aged man had a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. At first glance, he looked very rough. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, and then his gaze fell on the Dadeabi on Yi Xian's waist. When he saw Dadeabi, a trace of shock and surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Behind Yi Xian, Su Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, This is First Ghost King. First Ghost King. Yi Xian looked at First Ghost King, and at this moment, First Ghost King suddenly cupped his fists. Young master, how should I address you? Yi Xian was speechless. Why didn't he hit me? Since he was so polite, it wasn't good for me to act recklessly. First Ghost King said again. Young master? Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts, looked at First Ghost King and said with a smile. Yi Xian. First Ghost King glanced at Dadeabi on Yi Xian's waist, and smiled slightly. Dadeabi? Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, First Ghost King's expression suddenly became a little solemn. Young Master Yi, why are you here? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then went straight to the point. I want to save everyone and let everyone out. Hearing this, he was stunned at first, and then his expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled and said, What's wrong? First Ghost King smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, do you know who trapped us? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. First Ghost King sighed softly, with a complicated expression. Yi Xian smiled and said, You can tell me. After a moment of silence, First Ghost King said, Young Master Yi, you have Dadeabi in your hand, so you are definitely not an ordinary person. However, the strength of the one who trapped us is indescribably strong. Saying that, he shook his head slightly. We are already in despair. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Are you innocent or? First Ghost King immediately said, We are naturally innocent, and we are extremely innocent. That person did not want to imprison us, but because he wanted to imprison one person in this city, he imprisoned us together. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Imprison one person? First Ghost King nodded. Imprison one person, and then our city will suffer. Zai. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How overbearing. First Ghost King glanced at Yi Xian, and then said, Young Master Yi, you are not an ordinary person, but I do not recommend you to intervene in this matter. That person is really strong. And now you... At this point he did not continue. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then looked at Dedeabi on his waist. Penbro, you should know the background of the other party. Tell me, can I beat him? After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, Do you know that this is equivalent to cheating? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Are you willing to say it? Dedeabi said in a deep voice, This is against the rules. Yi Xian's expression was calm. If I am beaten to a pulp, my sister will definitely find trouble with you. F***CK. Dedeabi could not help but angrily said, Can you not do this to me? I am just a F***King Pen. Yi Xian. Chapter 2371. Pen. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Penbro, do you see this city? If we save this city, then it'll be a great merit to us. In any case, he was going to drag Dedeabi down with him. Dedeabi sighed softly. Yi Xian, I've told you many times. All things have their own rules, and we shouldn't interfere forcefully. If you want to interfere, then that's your business. But I can't. Because I'm the executor of the rules. If I interfere, then the entire world will be in chaos. Yi Xian went silent for a moment, and then he said, Are you sure you don't want to interfere? Dedeabi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, What do you want to do? Towards this Yi Xian, it was really a pain in the ass. He couldn't hit him, couldn't scold him, and this fellow just happened to like to cause trouble. It was really a headache. Yi Xian smiled, and just when he was about to speak, Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, why are you looking for this lousy pen? This lousy pen is useless. Just let big sister Tianming kill it. Dedeabi said in a low voice, Lousy Ta, don't cause trouble. Xiaotao laughed coldly. Lousy Ta, you still don't understand a problem, and that is, does the young master really need your help? Isn't the young master's father more amazing than you? Isn't the young master's sister more amazing than you? Isn't the young master's big brother more amazing than you? They're all more amazing than you. But the young master still looks for you. Do you know why? Dedeabi went silent for a moment, and then he said, Why? Xiaotao said indifferently, I don't know either. Fuck. Dedeabi said angrily, Are you poisonous? Xiaotao sighed softly. No wonder you were beaten up by big sister Tianming. Let me ask you, are you really only willing to be a pen for your entire life? Don't you have any dreams? Dedeabi said indifferently, What dreams? Xiaotao said, Follow little master, and you will be invincible in the world. Dedeabi said, My master is very powerful. Xiaotao asked, Is she as strong as sister Tianming? Dedeabi. Xiaotao said, Young master, don't look for this. Let's do our own thing. You and I will work together. Half of this world belongs to the three swords, and the other half to us. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this moment, the person beside him hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said with a smile, Can you take me to see the prisoner? He also nodded. Sure. Young Master Yi, come with me. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian and the other two followed and walked into the distance. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many people with pale faces. These people were very strange. If you said they were dead, then their souls and bodies were still there. However, if you said they were not dead, then they looked very abnormal. Soon, Yi Xian frowned because he found that these people's lifespans were extremely short. Moreover, there was a mysterious power in their bodies that was constantly eroding their lifespans and souls. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, A curse technique, an extremely vicious curse technique. Not only did that person imprison us, but he also cast an extremely vicious curse technique on us. Every month, our bodies and souls would suffer a backlash from a mysterious power. This power's backlash. At this point, he shook his head slightly and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said. Wait! With that, he stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked in front of him, opened his palm, and lightly pressed it against Yi Xian's chest. In the next moment, Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and a terrifying power suddenly surged out from his body. Boom! Li Xian's eyes narrowed. He opened his right hand and a terrifying bloodline power surged out from his palm. At the same time, there was also the chaotic black flame. As soon as that power appeared, it was enveloped by his bloodline power and the primal chaos black flames. Rumble. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, and a terrifying power surged out from his body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as the bloodline power in his body surged. Ah! At this moment, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His facial features twisted. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand forward and a terrifying bloodline power swept out. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. Rumble. As an explosion resounded, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of meters, and the mysterious force instantly surged back into Yi Xian's body. Then, Yi Xian's body went limp, and he knelt on the ground. He was sweating profusely, and his body trembled violently. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced at his right hand and saw that it had completely cracked. He hadn't activated Arya's armor just now. Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian in the distance. He hadn't expected that his bloodline power and the chaotic black flame wouldn't be able to destroy the curse in Yi Xian's body. How terrifying! At this moment, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, it's useless. Yi Xian appeared in front of Yi Xian and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Perhaps this is my fate. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Are you willing to try again? Yi Xian quickly shook his head. Not now. My body is exhausted and can't bear that kind of power anymore. I need to rest for a while. Yi Xian nodded. Okay, then bring me to see the prisoner. Yi Xian nodded and stood up slowly, then said, Young Master Yi, follow me. They continued to walk into the distance. At this moment, a loud laughter suddenly came from afar. Hearing this laughter, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. The next moment, an old man appeared in front of them. Su Xiaoxiao quickly said, Sima Ghost King. Sima looked at the weak Yi Xian and laughed. Yi Xian, you actually made yourself so weak. Heaven is really helping me, haha. As he spoke, he was about to attack. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly walked to Yi Xian's side. Sima, young Master Yi is here. Don't mess around. Young Master Yi. Sima frowned and looked at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his eyes flashed with excitement. Your bloodline is of the highest grade. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to devour it? Hearing this, Sima's eyes suddenly showed a trace of wariness. He looked at Yi Xian. You came in on your own accord. Yi Xian nodded. Sima stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. He smiled. The Dean of Guanxian College, Yi Xian. Sima shook his head. Never heard of you. Yi Xian. Sima glanced at Yi Xian, then pointed at Yi Xian. This is between me and him. Don't interfere. Yi Xian shook his head. You can't kill him. Sima immediately pointed angrily at Yi Xian. Who do you think you are? The green profound sword on Yi Xian's waist suddenly slashed forward, and this strike carried a strand of terrifying sword insight from the mortal world. At the instant that the green profound sword flew out, Sima's expression instantly changed drastically. He swiftly raised his arms to block it. Bang! Sima was directly blasted 3 kilometers back, and as soon as he stopped moving, his arms had directly split apart while blood sprayed from them. A wisp of a solemn expression instantly flashed in Zhong Bai's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and she was extremely shocked in her heart. She knew that Yi Xian's strength was very formidable, but she didn't know that Yi Xian's strength was actually so formidable. After all, Sima was a universe-enlightened ancestral god. However, such an expert had actually been injured by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword. It was too terrifying. Sima stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, You're a swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled violently. At the same time, sword insight from the mortal world swept out from within him, and then a strand of terrifying sword aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Sima's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, "We can talk. We can talk." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Strange. Why aren't there enemies fighting to the death now?" Yi Xian gazed at Sima and said, "Talk?" Sima hurriedly nodded and said, "I'm willing to talk. Actually, I'm a scholar as well." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared there. He gazed at Yi Xian and said seriously, "We're all scholars, so we should use the method of scholars to deal with things." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "You're right. Let's talk reason." Hearing this, Sima was relieved. He glanced at Yi Xian and thought to himself, "This kid is quite easy to fool." In the distance, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sima Ghost King, do you know why I'm here?" Sima hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yi Xian pointed at the deity on his waist and said, "Do you recognize this?" Sima glanced at the deity and said in a deep voice, "The deity." At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yi Xian nodded and said, "The deity, do you know what I'm here for?" The deity was speechless. Sima shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Stupid. I'm here on the deity's orders. I'm here today to save all of you." Hearing this, Sima was stunned and then said, "Save us?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "The deity knows that all of you are suffering here, so he specially sent me to save all of you." Sima was a little suspicious and said, "As far as I know, the deity doesn't seem to be that kind." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's really the deity who sent me to save all of you. Follow me." Also, Xian was speechless. Sima looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You don't believe me?" Sima nodded. Yi Xian smiled and then said, "Then why do you think I have the deity?" Sima was silent for a moment and said, "You're really here to save us?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "It's absolutely true." Sima looked straight into Yi Xian's eyes and said, "Do you dare to swear?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Of course I do. Of course I do." At this moment, the deity suddenly said, "Don't swear randomly, this oath is binding you," Xiao Tao suddenly said. "He has a sister." The deity was silent for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, do as you please. P.S. Where are your tickets? Give me one. I'm too pitiful." Chapter 2372. Sima instantly fell silent when he saw Yi Xian swear. This oath couldn't be made casually. After all, the stronger a cultivator was, the more binding the oath would be. Sima fell silent for a moment before he said, "I believe you." Believe? Actually, he wanted to be free as well. He had been trapped in this damnable place for countless years, and if this continued, he would really be like a walking corpse. At this moment, he had the chance to leave, so he was naturally willing to give it a try. In any case, he had nothing to lose, right? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Sima. "Sima, how many people do you have under you?" Sima said in a low voice, "I'm at the peak of the Tao God realm. There are 2 more Tao gods on my side, and there are 12 ancient gods." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I'm the only Tao god on my side, and there are only 7 ancient gods." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "The difference in strength between the 2 of you is so huge. How did all of you manage to coexist for so many years?" Yi Xian glanced at Sima and said indifferently, "IQ is still very important." Yi Xian was speechless. Sima flew into a rage. "Yi Xian, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm brainless?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian's expression was calm. "You said it yourself." Sima was furious and was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Our top priority right now is to get rid of them. What do you think?" Sima glanced coldly at Yi Xian when he heard this. "If we can get out, I'll crush your head." Yi Xian said calmly, "Up to you." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Let's go take a look at that prisoner. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. If Yi Xian was really able to break out of this predicament, then it meant that Yi Xian would receive a huge group of extraordinary experts. This lineup was extremely terrifying. Zhongbai sighed in her heart. At this moment, she was even more worried about the clan. Not long after, everyone arrived at the center of a bluestone plaza. In the center of the bluestone plaza, there sat a man. The man had shoulder-length hair and wore a simple robe. His head was slightly lowered. He also said in a deep voice, "It's him." Sima glared at the man, his eyes filled with unconcealed rage. He was naturally angry, because it was this man in front of him who had caused them to be imprisoned here for so many years. Yi Xian glanced at the man and said, "Do you know why he was imprisoned here?" Just as he was about to speak, Sima suddenly said angrily, "Because of this playboy, he slept with a woman and didn't take responsibility, so she took revenge on him. This is the kind of person who mercilessly pulls out his dick." Everyone. She glanced at the man and said softly, "Feelings are the most complicated things. You can't easily say who is right or wrong." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. "I don't know the full picture, so I can't evaluate it." Yi Xian glanced at Yi Xian and sighed in his heart. Cultured people really do speak differently. When he thought up to here, he glanced at Sima again. Sima spoke coldly. "It's the kind of person who mercilessly pulls out his dick." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and didn't waste his breath on Sima. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the man in the distance. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, I know something about Dao Yi." Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian, and he spoke in a low voice. "He's a top scholar in the human world." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Top scholar?" Yi Xian nodded. "As for anything else, I'm not too sure." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the man. He glanced at Yi Xian first, and then he turned to look at Zhongbai. "Miss, what's the background of this young Master Yi?" Zhongbai glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head. "I don't know." Actually, she was very curious about Yi Xian's true background as well. Meanwhile, Sima spoke abruptly. "Who cares about his background? In any case, he should be quite formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly." Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian walked over to the man. The man's eyes were closed, but his aura was still there. Obviously, he was still alive. Yi Xian sized him up and said, "Can we have a chat?" The man opened his eyes slowly and looked at Yi Xian. "What do you want to talk about?" Yi Xian sat cross-legged in front of the man, and then he smiled. "About life." The man shook his head. "Not interested." Yi Xian smiled. "Then let's talk about literature." The man looked up at Yi Xian. "You like to read as well?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm Yi Xian, the dean of Guanxian Academy." The man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Mu Wen." Yi Xian smiled. "Brother Wen, I glanced at you just now, and you don't have any aura of cultivation, right?" Mu Wen nodded. Yi Xian continued. "The reason you've been able to live for so long is because of a mysterious force within you. She wants to keep you alive so that she can torture you, right?" Mu Wen spoke softly. "I deserve it." Yi Xian gazed at the man. "Then do you think the people in this city deserve it?" Mu Wen looked at Yi Xian. "You came for them." Yi Xian nodded. Mu Wen spoke softly. "I'm sorry. I begged her to let them go, but..." As he spoke, he shook his head. "She ignored me." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "What did you do?" Mu Wen's expression was complicated. "I let her down." Yi Xian said seriously, "Abandon?" Mu Wen looked at Yi Xian. "Can you fall in love with two women?" Yi Xian was taken aback. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, you like two women?" Mu Wen nodded. Yi Xian was silent. Mu Wen looked at Yi Xian. "Do you think it's wrong to fall in love with two women?" "Wrong." Yi Xian immediately said, "You're gravely mistaken. Since you like one person, you should be faithful to her. How can you be half-hearted? What you're doing is very wrong. I despise you." The deity's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Damn you, you're invincible, Xiaota also sighed. In terms of shamelessness, even master can't compare to young master. Truly invincible. Yixian. Muwen sighed softly, his expression pained. I know it's my fault, but I can't help it most of the time, Sai. Yixian said seriously. It's really not good for you to do this. How can you let her down? Muwen sighed again. I'm not human. Of course you're not human. Suddenly, a strand of terrifying pressure appeared here. Boom. In an instant, the expressions of Sima and the others in the distance changed drastically. Under this pressure, their bodies actually began to bend down slowly. Yixian's expression turned grim when he saw this scene. After all, Sima and the others were at the Tao God realm. Yet the other party had suppressed Sima and the others with just a pressure. How terrifying. At this moment, Yixian also felt that terrifying pressure. He frowned slightly, then waved his sleeves and the human world sword intent soared into the sky. Boom. The pressure that was pressing down on him was directly pushed back by his human world sword intent. The sound of footsteps suddenly resounded from behind Yixian. Meanwhile, the deity suddenly said, You better be careful. The person who's coming isn't simple to you at this moment. Xiaota said, He has a sister. The deity said furiously, Motherfucker. Fine, he has a sister, he's awesome, I won't say anything else. Fuck. Xiaota. Yixian paid no attention to the deity and Xiaota. He turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from nearby. The woman wore a black dress that was embroidered with red plum blossoms. And it was luxurious yet carried a trace of evil charm. She was tall, and her gaze was like ice. Amidst her coldness, there was a trace of breathtaking beauty. The woman glanced at Yixian, then looked at Muwen and said coldly, You are a beast worse than a pig or a dog. My sister treated you so well. Yet you let her down and fed her sincerity to a dog. As she spoke, she suddenly became agitated. You're just an ordinary person in the human world. My sister took a liking to you, and I don't know how many reincarnations you've cultivated, but you don't know how to cherish it, and you let her down. Do you know that she's been imprisoned in the divine prison because of you? At the end of her words, she directly roared. Muwen lowered his head slightly, his expression pained. I'm sorry. The woman looked at Muwen coldly. I'm sorry. Useless men only know how to say sorry. Other than sorry, can you say anything else? Muwen asked with a trembling voice. How is she now? The woman's expression was calm. How can she be? Imprisoned, her heart is dead, and she's already numb. Muwen suddenly burst into tears. The woman had a look of disdain. Yixian sighed softly, and did not say anything. Matters of the heart were complicated, so it wasn't good for him to say anything. The woman suddenly turned around to look at Yixian, and Yixian smiled when he saw her look over. Hello. The woman looked straight at Yixian. You want to save him? Yixian shook his head. I came here to save the people of this city. The woman chuckled. That's interesting. You're not related to them, so why do you want to save them? Yixian smiled and said, I can't bear to see them, so I want to save them. The woman looked at Yixian. Then you'll have to defeat me. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, I don't want to fight you. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? Yixian glanced at Muwen, and then he sighed softly. Young miss, I can tell that you really care about your older sister. A woman who values family so much can't be a bad person. As he spoke, he cupped his fists. Young miss, brother Wen deserves what he suffered, and it's unforgivable. However, the people of this city don't deserve it. I hope that young miss can be merciful and give them a chance to obtain a new life. I'm counting on you. The woman gazed at Yixian and remained silent. Yixian gazed at the woman and spoke sincerely. Can I? The woman said. What you said earlier was very good. If you like someone, then you should be faithful to them until the end. As she spoke, she glanced at Yixian and said, Because of that, I'll let them off. As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and in an instant, the entire city shook violently. In the next moment, a black aura suddenly surged out of everyone's bodies, and after this black aura surged out of their bodies, it started to disappear bit by bit. At the side, Sima looked at the black aura surging out of his body, and he was slightly confused. He turned to look at Yi Xian. After a chat, we'll be free? Yi Xian nodded. Sima's face was filled with confusion. It's that simple. We've been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's over after a chat. I feel insulted. Chapter 2373. Release. Zhongbai looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be able to resolve the matter just by chatting with this powerful woman. Done. This was simply outrageous. This man's mouth was even scarier than his strength. If the clan continued to target Yi Xian, then they were definitely not far from death. She had already secretly decided that once they got out, she would stop the clan from continuing to target Yi Xian no matter what. Seeing that everyone was saved, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Thank you very much. The woman looked at Yi Xian. If I let them go, won't you do me a favor? Yi Xian's expression froze. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. The Jianghu was complicated. The woman said, You're not willing? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, please speak. The woman nodded. I think you're quite a smooth talker. How about this? You come with me to persuade my sister. What do you think? Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Is there a problem? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, This? I've never done something like persuading someone before. The woman said seriously, I believe you. Yi Xian was speechless. Persuading someone? What the hell was this? The woman just looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian couldn't stand her gaze, so he shook his head and smiled. All right, I'll try, but I can't guarantee success. The woman nodded. All right. Yi Xian asked, Are we leaving now? The woman nodded slightly. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then turned to look at Zhongbai. Zhongbai was silent for a moment, then said, Young Master Yi, then it's time for us to part. Yi Xian smiled. You're returning to the clan? Zhongbai nodded. I want to go back and become the clan leader. She knew that there was only one way to save the clan, and that was to become the clan leader. Otherwise, if the clan provoked Yi Xian again, the clan would be gone. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Then he looked at Yi Xian and Sima. Yi Xian quickly said, I'm willing to follow young Master Yi. I won't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames. Sima glanced at Yi Xian and quickly said, I'm willing too. Young Master Yi, you're my big brother from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Then the two of you can bring your men to the universe of God's Guanxian Academy. There, a little fellow called Qing Qiu will receive you. He also bowed deeply. As you command. Sima nodded. All right. Yi Xian gazed at Su Xiaoxiao. The latter hesitated for a moment before she said, Can I go to your academy? Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Xian. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled. You're welcome. Then he turned to look at the woman beside him. Miss, let's go. The woman nodded and grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. The next moment, the two of them tore through space-time and vanished on the spot. Zhongbai was silent for a moment before he turned and left. The rest of the people also left one after another. Not long later, the entire fallen city began to celebrate wildly. Liberated. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that many people in Fallen City were willing to follow Yi Xian, and the rest to Guanxian Academy. After all, they had been trapped for so many years. Everything in the past had turned to dust. To them, the most important thing now was to find a new place to stay. Obviously, Guanxian Academy was a very good choice. Not long later, the entire Fallen City experts of Fallen City got up and headed to Guanxian Academy. Somewhere in the space-time tunnel, Yi Xian and the woman traveled through space-time. Their speed was fast. It was so fast that Yi Xian's body couldn't bear it. However, he still didn't take out his battle armor and chose to bear it head-on. Yi Xian glanced at the woman in the black dress beside him. She looked calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. Yi Xian was a little curious. How should I address you, miss? The woman in the black dress said. Wenren Lan. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Wenren clan. The woman in the black dress nodded. Yi Xian nodded and didn't speak again. Wen Renlan turned to look at Yi Xian. Have you heard of the Wenren clan? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I really haven't. Wen Renlan nodded. I believe you. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian and said, your strength isn't weak. Moreover, you have a Dedeabi branch, so your background shouldn't be simple. Why haven't I heard of the Wenren clan? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. Perhaps it's because I'm not strong enough, so I can't come into contact with certain circles. Wen Renlan fell silent for a moment before she said, what you said makes sense. But my intuition tells me that your background isn't simple. Yi Xian smiled. Let's not dwell on this problem. Wen Renlan nodded. Yi Xian said, can you tell me about your sister and Muwen? Wen Renlan's expression instantly became ferocious. My sister went to the mortal dimension all those years ago, and then she met this man. This man went to participate in the exam, and he encountered danger on the way. My sister was kind enough to save him. However, she never expected that she would harm herself by saving him. Yi Xian said, she fell in love with Muwen? Wen Renlan nodded. That man is very good at flowery words. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. Just like you. Stop. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Miss Lan, can you not make things up? When have I ever been flowery words? Wen Renlan's expression was calm. I guessed it. Yi Xian's expression froze. Wen Renlan continued. There's no good person among scholars. Yi Xian was speechless. Wen Renlan raised her head and looked into the distance. She said softly, my sister secretly loved him. And she even said that she wouldn't marry anyone but him. Unfortunately, her sincerity was fed to the dogs. After this man obtained that stupid scholar title, he actually married another woman in the imperial court. As she spoke, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes, and then she flicked her sleeve. Rumble. The starry sky on the right was instantly obliterated. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. This woman's strength isn't ordinary. Wen Renlan suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. You're also a scholar. Yi Xian nodded. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. The atmosphere wasn't right. Yi Xian smiled. Not only am I a scholar, but I'm also a writer. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a divine Dao code floated in front of Wen Renlan. I wrote this. Xiaota. Dedeabi suddenly couldn't help but say, fuck. Wen Renlan took the divine Dao code and looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at Yi Xian. You wrote this? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Wen Renlan nodded slightly. Very impressive. As she spoke, she handed the divine Dao code back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. There are good and bad scholars too. I'm the good one. Wen Renlan glanced at Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist. You. How did you get this? Yi Xian smiled. Maybe it's because of my charisma. In a certain room in the Milky Way, a voice suddenly sounded. Fuck. Fuck. Ah. Soon there was a series of angry roars in the room. In the space-time tunnel, Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. It was as if she wanted to see through him. Yi Xian smiled. Is there something on my face? Wen Renlan shook her head. No. You seem sincere, but my intuition tells me that there's something wrong with you. Is my intuition wrong? Yi Xian smiled. I don't want anything from this lady. Is there a need to lie to you? Wen Renlan shook her head. Let's not talk about this anymore. I hope you can persuade my sister to let go of the obsession in her heart. Yi Xian nodded. I'll try my best. Oh no, I'll try my best to persuade her. Wen Renlan nodded and said nothing. The two sped up. Soon, a white light appeared in the distance. Soon the two disappeared on the spot. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he was already in front of a grand hall. The entire hall was pitch black. It was incomparably gloomy and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Yi Xian looked at the top of the hall. There were two large words, Divine Prison. Yi Xian looked at Wen Renlan. This is? Wen Renlan's expression was calm. Divine Prison. It's a place that my Wenren clan uses to imprison people who have committed crimes. As she spoke, She led Yi Xian towards the hall. Yi Xian took a look around. Soon he narrowed his eyes. He sensed countless powerful auras. Every aura was at least at the ancestral god realm. Ancestral god. Yi Xian was stunned. Are ancestral gods everywhere like dogs? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Brother Bai, are you trying to make arrangements for me again? I haven't even dealt with my clan, yet you've improved the map for me. The Daebi fell silent for a short moment before he said, in any case, you have a younger sister, so what are you afraid of? Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a man appeared in front of Wenren Lan, and he bowed slightly. Second young miss. Wenren Lan's expression was calm. I want to enter. The man hesitated and seemed to be in a very difficult position. Wenren Lan stared at him in silence. The man laughed bitterly. Second young miss, please. Wenren Lan nodded, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. The man's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, Second young miss, outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter. Wenren Lan gazed at him. Does my father have a son? The man was stunned, and then he said, No. Wenren Lan nodded. Who do you think the next patriarch will be? The man was first stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. What the fuck? Aren't you the next patriarch? When he thought up to hear, the man instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, Please. I didn't see anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left. Yi Xian glanced at Wenren Lan, and remained silent. Wenren Lan's face was emotionless as she directly led Yi Xian into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, a furious howl that carried terror suddenly resounded from the depths of the hall. The Insanity Devil Bloodline. This is the Insanity Devil Bloodline. You're not the green-clothed Swordmaster. Who are you? Who exactly are you? The voice was filled with terror and disbelief. P.S. Find a place to make screws. Please introduce me to a good factory. Chapter 2374. The Mad Devil Bloodline. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly when he heard this. Someone sensed my bloodline? Meanwhile, Wenren Lan turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and she was slightly puzzled. The Mad Devil Bloodline? Yi Xian took a look at the deep end of the hall and smiled. Who was the one who just spoke? Wenren Lan's expression was calm. A prisoner. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Can I go see him? Wenren Lan nodded. Not for now. Yi Xian was stunned and puzzled. Why? Wenren Lan explained. He's an extremely dangerous figure, and he's been imprisoned for a few tens of thousands of years. Outsiders aren't allowed to come into contact with him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He glanced at the depths of the hall. The hall was extremely long, and it was impossible to see the end of it. It was like an abyss that was ghastly and terrifying. Wenren Lan led Yi Xian down the hall. All along the way, Yi Xian glanced at both sides of the hall, and there were some black cages on both sides. Some of these cages were empty while others were occupied. It wasn't long before Wenren Lan led Yi Xian to a large cage. Yi Xian saw a woman within the cage. The woman wore a white dress, and she sat before a wooden table. She had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, but there wasn't a trace of emotion on her face. She was just gazing at a black comb on the table. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Needless to say, she was quite beautiful. Unfortunately, she wasn't a good person. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If all the men in the world were as outstanding as I am, then there wouldn't be so many tragedies. Xiaotao was speechless. The Daebi suddenly said, Fuck. Wenren Lan gazed at the woman while a wisp of heartache flashed through her eyes, and she spoke with a trembling voice. Big sister. Big sister. The white-clothed young woman in the cage in the distance turned around to look at Wenren Lan when she heard this, and then she grinned and said in a light voice, Little Lan. Wenren Lan said in a ferocious voice, when she saw the white-dressed woman's haggard appearance. You still can't let go of that dog of a man? After a moment of silence, the white-dressed woman shook her head and bitterly smiled. You don't understand. After saying that, she turned her head and continued to look at the comb, entranced. Wenren Lan clenched her fists tightly. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like waves. It was a spectacular sight. At this moment, Wen Renlan suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. You persuade him. Yi Xian was silent and a little speechless. How was he supposed to persuade her when it came to matters of the heart? Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian. If you can untie the knot in my sister's heart, I will agree to any condition. Yi Xian looked at Wen Renlan. Are you sure? Wen Renlan stared at Yi Xian. I'm sure. Yi Xian nodded. But you have to promise me one thing. Wen Renlan said. So long as you can untie the knot in my sister's heart, then I'll agree to anything. Yi Xian nodded slightly. No matter what I do later, you have to support me. Can you do that? Wen Renlan went silent for a moment and said, yes. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and unsheathed the green profound sword. Hiss. The cage was directly torn apart by the green profound sword. Wen Renlan was stunned when she saw this scene. You. What are you doing? Yi Xian glanced at Wen Renlan. Prison break. After saying that, he walked over to the white dress woman. The white dress woman looked at him and didn't know what he was going to do. Yi Xian directly grabbed the white dress woman's hand. The white dress woman frowned slightly and was about to make a move. Yi Xian suddenly said, don't move. As he spoke, he looked towards the distance. Wen Renlan was still stunned. Come here. Wen Renlan hesitated for a moment, and then she walked over to Yi Xian. Prison break? Yi Xian nodded. Wen Renlan gazed at Yi Xian. After a short moment, she gave him a thumbs up while a charming smile arose on her face. You're a real man. Right at this moment, countless terrifying auras suddenly assaulted them from afar. Yi Xian gazed at Wen Renlan. Come here. Wen Renlan walked over to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian grabbed her hand. Wen Renlan frowned slightly. Right at this moment, the green profound sword was suddenly activated. In the next moment, the three of them vanished on the spot. On the other hand, not long after Yi Xian's group of three vanished, over 10 top-rate experts appeared where they stood just now. When they saw that the surroundings were completely empty, their expressions became unsightly. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. After them. As soon as the voice resounded, all of them vanished on the spot. Moreover, a low voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the hall. The Insanity Devil Bloodline. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to bring Wen Renlan and Wen Renlan to Fallen City. At this moment, Fallen City was empty, and all the people who were cursed had left. However, there was still one person who hadn't left, and it was Mu Wen. Mu Wen was still trapped by Wen Renlan. Yi Xian brought the woman in a white dress to Mu Wen, and then he let go of her and pulled Wen Renlan to the side. Wen Renlan gazed at Yi Xian. Why did you bring her here? Yi Xian's expression was calm. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Persuade? Yi Xian wasn't a god who could trick anyone. This woman was afflicted with a poison of love, and the only antidote was Mu Wen. Only Mu Wen could undo the knot in her heart. Wen Renlan fell silent. The woman in a white dress gazed at Mu Wen from afar. At this moment, Mu Wen slowly raised his head to look at her as well. Mu Wen's voice trembled when he saw her. Ear. The woman seemed as if she'd lost her soul as she gazed at Mu Wen. Right at this moment, over 10 terrifying auras suddenly smashed down from the distant horizon. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Wen Renlan's eyes when she witnessed this scene. And then she turned around to look at the sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from her. Wen Renlan's face instantly sank when she saw the middle-aged man. Uncle. The middle-aged man gazed at Wen Renlan. You shouldn't have done this. Wen Renlan fell silent. The middle-aged man glanced at Wen Yi. Take the eldest young miss back. The experts behind the middle-aged man were about to attack when they heard this. However, Wen Renlan suddenly roared furiously. Who dares? As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve. In an instant, a terrifying imposing aura swept through the surroundings. The top experts hurriedly stopped when they witnessed this scene, and then they gazed at the middle-aged man, and didn't dare attack. The middle-aged man gazed at Wen Renlan. Are you sure you want to do this? Wen Renlan's expression was ferocious. Yes. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, Don't harm her. As soon as he finished speaking, the top-rate experts by his side charged directly at Wenren. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Wenren's eyes, and she vanished on the spot. On the side, Yixian slowly walked to Wenren. Wenren looked at Mu Wen in front of her without saying a word. Mu Wen was constantly apologizing. As she gazed at Mu Wen, who was ceaselessly apologizing, Wen Yi's expression gradually changed slightly. Like, is this the person I used to like? Why don't I feel the same way when I see him again? There's only pity and sorrow. Wen Yi suddenly turned around and gazed towards the distance. Wenren was in battle with the experts of the Wenren clan, and her eyes gradually became moist as she gazed at Wenren, who was being besieged. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly spoke softly. Do you still love him? Wen Yi laughed bitterly. Yixian said, actually you didn't love him anymore when he had a change of heart. But you haven't been able to let it go after so many years. Or perhaps, you're slightly unwilling. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Wen, who was crying, and spoke softly. Let him go, and let yourself go as well. Then he smiled. There are many good men in the world, and the next one will be even better. Wen Yi looked at Yixian and smiled. How should I address you, young master? Yixian smiled. Yixian. Wen Yi nodded. Young Master Yi. Thank you for bringing me to see him. You let me let go of my unwillingness. Yixian looked at Wenren in the distance. You should thank her. Your sister loves you very much. Wen Yi looked at the sky and smiled. Yes. Lanner, it's enough. In the sky, Wenren suddenly stopped. As soon as she stopped, the experts of the Wenren clan naturally didn't dare to attack again. What a joke. Wenren might become the next chief of the Wenren clan. In the battle just now, they had been holding back and didn't dare to kill her. In the sky, Wenren turned around and looked at Wen Yi. The next moment she appeared in front of Wen Yi. Sister. Wen Yi touched Wenren's cheek and said softly, I'm sorry. Wenren hugged Wen Yi. She hugged Wen Yi tightly. A moment later, Wen Yi looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky. Uncle, I'm willing to go back to the clan to be punished. No. Wenren said fiercely, Sister, you can't go back to be punished. Wen Yi said softly, Back then, it was the Wenren clan who broke the contract. If I don't go back to be punished, will the Nantian clan let it go? I made a mistake, so I should bear it. Wenren wanted to say something, but Wen Yi shook her head and said softly, Don't make things difficult for the clan. Back then, I already made things difficult for the clan. Go back and tell father that I don't blame him. I never blamed him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the sky sighed. His expression was complicated. The Nantian clan. Wen Yi of the Wenren clan was engaged to the Nantian clan. However, Wen Yi suddenly fell in love with Mu Wen, which made the two clans very awkward. In order to give the Nantian clan an explanation, the Nantian clan had to put Wen Yi in the god prison. Now if the Wenren clan released Wen Yi, the Nantian clan would definitely be displeased, and it was very likely that a huge conflict would arise between the two clans. Of course, the core problem was that the Wenren clan's current strength was inferior to the Nantian clan. Because of that, even though Wen Yi had let it go, the Wenren clan had no choice but to continue imprisoning her. The middle-aged man sighed once more, and then he said, Eldest young miss, please return. The others behind him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Wenren was about to flare up, but she was stopped by Wen Yi. Wenren felt anxious in her heart. In a moment of desperation, she ran over to Yixian and grabbed Yixian's arm. You definitely have a way. You do it. Yixian glanced at Wenren and felt a headache coming on. Silly girl. Do you think I'm omnipotent? Chapter 2375. Wenren looked at Yixian with a trace of pleading in her eyes. Yixian was silent. Wenren glanced at Yixian and shook her head with a smile. Don't make things difficult for this young master. Wenren didn't give up. She looked at Yixian. As long as you can save my sister, I will promise you anything. Yixian was silent for a moment. Really? Wenren nodded, really. At the side, the middle-aged man looked at Yixian and didn't speak. What kind of person was he? He naturally knew that this young man in front of him was not simple. Facing so many top experts, this young man's expression didn't change, and he was so calm. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and 2 wooden tablets slowly floated in front of the 2 girls. This is my Guanxian Academy's wooden tablet. To be honest, I am the dean of Guanxian Academy. If the 2 of you are willing to join Guanxian Academy, then your business is my business. Whoever wants to touch my student, I Yi Xian, will be the first to not agree. Join Guanxian Academy? The 2 girls were stunned. At this moment, Wenren suddenly grabbed one of the wooden tablets and said, I am willing to join Guanxian Academy. Yi Xian looked at Wenren. Are you sure? Wenren nodded. I am sure. However, the premise is that you can save my sister. Yi Xian nodded, then turned to look at Wenren. Missy, what about you? Wenren was silent. Wenren looked at Wenren's sister. Wenren was silent for a moment, then picked up the small wooden tablet. I am willing. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I declare that from this moment on, you are my Guanxian Academy students. As he said, he looked at Wenren. Do you know why you can't save your sister? Wenren said in a deep voice. My strength is not enough. Yi Xian nodded. This is one of the reasons. The biggest problem is that you don't have the right. If you become the Wenren clan leader, who in Wenren clan dares to harm your sister? Wenren was stunned. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as he glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it. This fellow isn't a good person. Wenren fell into deep thought after hearing Yi Xian's words. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. How should I address you, senior? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Wenren suddenly said, Wenrenzong is my uncle. He is at the peak of the deity transformation realm. His weakness is his divine soul. Wenrenzong's face darkened. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, I know the hearers are in a difficult position. How about this? Let them follow me, and I'll bear all the karma. Take it as you giving them a chance. What do you think? Wenren turned to look at Wenrenzong. Uncle, can you help me? After a moment of silence, Wenrenzong sighed. Girl. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young man, are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. After a long silence, Wenrenzong said, Let's go. After that, he turned around and left. Soon, the hearers left one after another. Only Yi Xian and the other 2 were left. Wenren looked at Yi Xian. Master, do you know the Nantian clan? Yi Xian shook his head. Wenren smiled. If you don't know, how dare you say you'll protect us? Yi Xian smiled. Now you're my students. Since you're my students, even if the sky falls, I'll bear it. After that, he walked into the distance. Let's go. Looking at Yi Xian's back in the distance, Wenren was lost in thought. She was lost in thought. Wenren walked to Wenren's side and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Sister, even if you want to find a man, you should find one like him. He's responsible, bold and courageous. Wenren smiled. She pulled Wenren and walked away. Behind them, Muwen suddenly said in a trembling voice, Little E. In the distance, Wenren did not look back. I don't care if you're weak or where you came from. I only care about your heart. But in the end, you can't even give me your true feelings. Muwen, I regret knowing you. Hearing Wenren's words, Muwen was petrified. Wenren turned to look at Muwen, a disdainful smile on her face. Soon, the 2 women disappeared into the distance. Muwen stood there like a statue. Yi Xian brought Wenren and Wenren back to the immortal treasure realm. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned, Xiaolan and Fu Yi, who had been worried, heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian looked at Fu Yi. Did you contact Miss Qin Guan? Fu Yi smiled bitterly. No. Yi Xian sighed. Did she do it on purpose? Fu Yi was also embarrassed because this had never happened before. Qin Guan was sometimes busy, but it had never been as long as this time. Yi Xian suddenly said, Forget it. Keep in touch. With that, he walked to the side with the 2 women. Fu Yi looked at Wenren and Wenren curiously. Who are they? Xiaolon blinked then said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't ask, understand?" With that he turned and left. Fu Yi was stunned then said, "Why can't I ask?" Xiaolon was speechless. Yi Xian brought the two women to his training place. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and the other two sat facing each other. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian with curiosity in her eyes. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian calmly, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Miss Lan, can you tell me about this realm?" Wen Renlan nodded. "You are now at the ancient god realm, above which is the ancestor god realm. And above the ancestor god realm is soul formation. I am at half-step soul formation, and my sister is at the ancestor god realm." Soul formation. Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Who is the strongest among the younger generation of your Wenren clan?" Wen Renlan pointed at herself. "Me." Yi Xian looked at Wen Renlan. "Do you have a chance to become the clan leader?" Wen Renlan nodded. "Yes. But to become the clan leader, one must be at the peak of the soul formation realm. It is too difficult to reach that level. Not only do you need luck, but you also need a huge amount of wealth." With that, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. "At least 1,000,000,000 time veins, and even the Wenren clan can't easily take out 1,000,000,000 time veins. Even if they can, they won't give it to me now." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring floated in front of Wenren Lan. In the storage ring, there were 1,000,000,000 time veins. Seeing this storage ring, Wenren Lan was stunned. "You." Yi Xian smiled. 1,000,000,000, use it first. If it isn't enough, I will raise it for you." Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian. "Give it to me?" Yi Xian nodded. Wenren Lan glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Wenren Lan stared at Yi Xian. "Why do you want to give it to me?" Yi Xian smiled. "You are my student." Wenren Lan glared at Yi Xian. "Do you think I am so easily fooled?" Yi Xian spread his hands. "Then why do you think I am?" Wenren Lan said directly. "Have you taken a fancy to me?" "Ah." Yi Xian was shocked. Wenren Lan glared at Yi Xian. "If you like me, just say it, don't beat around the bush." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "What are you thinking in that little head of yours? I give you money because I want you to reach the soul formation realm directly, and then go back to fight for the position of the family. When you become the patriarch, I want to open a branch in your place. At that time, I hope to get your help. Of course, I have a lot of enemies, so you can help me fight. That's basically it." Wen Renlan was furious. "Why don't you like me?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Wen Renlan wanted to say something but was stopped by Wen Renlan. Wen Renlan rolled her eyes at Wen Renlan. "How can you be like this?" Then she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, is what you just said your ultimate goal?" Yi Xian nodded. "I want to open an academy." Wen Renlan asked, "What kind of academy? Can you tell me about it?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course." Then he told her about his original intention of running an academy. After listening to Yi Xian, Wen Renlan glanced at Yi Xian with a strange look on her face. Wen Renlan looked a little serious. After a long silence, she said, "Are you serious?" Yi Xian nodded. Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian. "It's very difficult." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Where there is a will, there is a way." Wen Renlan looked at Yi Xian for a long time then nodded. "I believe you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Thank you." Wen Renlan suddenly said, "But even if I have money, I can't reach the soul formation realm in a short time." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What do you lack?" Wen Renlan said in a deep voice, "Opportunity." Suddenly, she took the Daebi and handed it to Wen Renlan. "Take it." Wen Renlan hesitated and then said, "Are you giving it to me?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "I told you to take it, not to give it to you." "Damn it. This woman is a bit dangerous. She is as shameless as me." Wen Renlan curled her lips and then held the Daebi. The next moment, the Daebi directly raised her realm to the soul formation realm. After reaching the soul formation realm, Wen Renlan was stunned. "This," Yi Xian smiled and said, "Feel the soul formation realm." Wen Renlan slowly closed her eyes. After a long time she opened them. "It's done." Yi Xian was speechless. When Renlong glanced at the Daobi in her hand, feeling a little reluctant. Seeing the reluctance in Wen Renlan's eyes, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "You can give it back to me." Wen Renlan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then reluctantly returned it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly put away the pen, and then looked at Wen Renlan. "How long will it take for you to reach the soul formation realm?" After a moment of silence, Wen Renlan said, 10 years. Yi Xian frowned. 10 years? Wen Renlan glared at Yi Xian. Very soon. Yi Xian opened his palm and Xiaotao appeared in his hand. Go inside and cultivate. It'll be done in a day. Wen Renlan was stunned, and then directly entered the Xiaotao. After a moment, she appeared in front of Yi Xian again. She looked at Yi Xian. Are you giving this tower to me? As she said that, she had already hugged Yi Xian's tower with both hands. She looked like she was going to steal it. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2376. Bandits. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Why is this Wen Renlan like a female bandit? At this time, when Renren rolled her eyes at Wen Renlan, you will scare young Master Yi. Let go. Wen Renlan was a little unwilling, but she still let go. Yi Xian quickly put Xiaotao away. This woman was too dangerous. Wen Renlan suddenly asked curiously, why do you have so many treasures? Yi Xian smiled and said, it's a family heirloom. Xiaotao. Wen Renlan glanced at Yi Xian and then said in a deep voice, if I were to cultivate inside, I would be able to reach the divine transformation realm in a day at most. However, I want to use up all of your universe veins. Are you really willing? Yi Xian nodded. No problem. Wen Renlan remained silent for a long time before she said, I'll return this favor once I become the Wenren clan's patriarch. After that, she directly entered Xiaotao's body. At this time, Wenren suddenly said, young Master Yi, be careful of the Nantian clan. Yi Xian nodded and said, can you tell me about the Nantian clan? Wenren nodded and introduced the Wenren clan and the Nantian clan to Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian fell silent. Wenren looked at Yi Xian. Do you regret it? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How could that be? A trace of complexity flashed in Wenren's eyes. You are a mysterious person. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yi, if you need anything, just let me know. As for the Nantian tribe, I'll take care of it myself. With that, he got up and left. Wenren looked at Yi Xian, who was leaving with a complicated expression. Yi Xian had just left the hall when Xiaolan appeared in front of him. Xiaolan said in a deep voice, young Master Yi, something big has happened. Yi Xian frowned. What is it? Xiaolan's expression was solemn. The clan's experts have arrived. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, the experts of the clan have arrived. Xiaolan nodded. They come with ill intentions. They came with ill intentions. Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. Did something happen to Zhongbai? At this moment, more than 10 terrifying auras swept over from the sky above Celestial Treasure City. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, a man tore through space and walked out. Yi Xian recognized this person. It was the 7th young master. 7th young master looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Yi Xian smiled and said, so it's 7th young master. The 7th young master glanced at the surroundings, and then he smiled and said, young Master Yi must be curious about why my sister didn't come, right? Yi Xian nodded. The 7th young master smiled and said, she has been imprisoned and can't come. Imprisoned? Yi Xian frowned. Your clan imprisoned her? 7th young master nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? 7th young master shook his head. After she returned to the clan, she asked us to stop targeting you and immediately give up on targeting the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As he spoke, he sighed. In the end, she's a woman. Her hair is long, but her knowledge is short. Yi Xian was speechless. 7th young master chuckled. Young Master Yi, actually I really admire you, but, as he spoke he shook his head. But today you must die. Brother Yi, have a safe journey. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Behind him, An ancient god realm expert charged directly towards Yi Xian. However, before this expert could reach Yi Xian, his head flew into the air, and blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. Instant kill. Seventh young master was stunned. He was instantly killed. Seventh young master gazed at Yi Xian with an astonished expression. You're that strong? Yi Xian grinned. Yes. Seventh young master hesitated for a moment, and then he said, how many can you fight? Yi Xian glanced at seventh young master and the others, and then he smiled. All of you can come at me together. Seventh young master's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, Brother Yi, sorry for disturbing you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to run. Right at this moment, a sword was already pressed against the center of his forehead. Seventh young master's expression froze. Yi Xian grinned. To the clan. To the clan. Seventh young master spoke in a low voice. Brother Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the seventh young master. He placed his right hand on the seventh young master's shoulder, and in the next moment he activated the Qingxian sword. Immediately after, he and the seventh young master disappeared from where they were at the same time, and the moment they disappeared, a sword suddenly flew across the field. In an instant, all the experts that seventh young master had brought with him had been annihilated. Xiaolon and Fu Yi were dumbstruck. When did young Master Yi become so strong? At this moment, both of them were beyond shocked. Young Master Yi kills ancient god realm experts as if he's slaughtering chickens? A short moment later, Xiaolon spoke in a low voice, as expected of someone that the pavilion master took a liking to. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to bring seventh young master to the clan. As soon as he arrived, over 10 terrifying and formidable auras locked onto him. Ancient god realm experts. In the sky above the clan, Yi Xian released seventh young master, and seventh young master gazed at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're doing? Yi Xian grinned. Seventh young master, of course I know what I'm doing. Seventh young master spoke in a low voice. It's not too late for you to leave now. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Thank you for your good intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You. Yi Xian flicked his sleeve. Hiss. A ray of light suddenly slashed through the sky, and then the middle-aged man's head flew into the air before he could finish speaking. It was an instant kill. Seventh young master's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xian glanced at the clan below with a calm expression. Someone who can fight? The clan was speechless. Meanwhile, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared here, and then a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. It was the patriarch of the clan, Zhongshou. Zhongshou gazed at Yi Xian. You've got balls for daring to come to my clan by yourself. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Cut the crap. Doesn't your clan want to kill me? I, Yi Xian, am right here. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in his grasp suddenly flew forward. Hiss. A ray of light tore through the sky like a thunderclap. It was so swift that Zhongshou's expression changed. He opened his right hand, and a huge black shield appeared before him. Rumble. The black shield shook intensely, and then exploded. Zhongshou, who was behind the giant shield, was sent flying 10,000 feet away. Zhongshou was stunned when he saw the black shield shatter. How? How could this be possible? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he just flicked his sleeve and swung his sword. Hiss. A ray of light slashed towards Zhongshou. Zhongshou's pupils constricted abruptly, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He clenched his right hand tightly and smashed his fist forward. Bang! With this punch, a terrifying force erupted like a torrent. However, this terrifying energy was instantly dispersed as soon as it came into contact with Yi Xian's green profound sword. In the next moment, Zhongshou was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and the space between him and Yi Xian had transformed into an extremely shocking and deep gorge. Zhongshou, who was blasted back by Yi Xian's attack, had a dazed expression on his face. You're so strong? Needless to say, he was completely stunned at this moment. Didn't the intelligence say that it was extremely strenuous for Yi Xian to fight an ancient god realm expert? How did he become so strong now? Facing Yi Xian, Zhong Shou felt a deep sense of helplessness, especially the sword in Yi Xian's hand. That sword was too terrifying. Zhong Shou didn't dare to face it head-on, because if he did, he would either die or be gravely injured. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm. You seem to be surprised by my strength. Zhong Shou glared fixedly at Yi Xian. You've been pretending to be weak all this time. Yi Xian chuckled, and without another word he disappeared from the spot. In the distance, Zhong Shou's eyes narrowed. He clasped his palms together, and in the next moment, a giant golden shield flew out from between his brows. The giant shield trembled violently, emitting a golden light. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Rumble! As the sword light exploded, the golden light dissipated, and in the next moment, the green profound sword stabbed into the golden shield. Bang! The entire golden shield trembled violently, and then it split apart in the next moment. Zhong Shou's pupils instantly constricted to the size of needles when he witnessed this scene. Suddenly, the entire golden shield shattered into pieces. Rumble! Under the gazes of countless experts in the surroundings, Zhong Shou retreated explosively for 30 kilometers. As soon as he stopped moving, his hands exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. At the same time, a sword slashed down towards him. Zhong Shou was horrified when he saw this sword slash down towards him. At this moment, he was powerless to resist this sword attack. Right at this critical moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhong Shou, and a wisp of a vicious expression flashed in his eyes as he smashed his fist forward, causing a fist print to sweep out. Rumble! This fist print forcefully stopped Yi Xian's green profound sword. But in the next moment the fist print shattered, and then the green profound sword continued forward and slashed towards the old man. The old man was astounded when he witnessed this scene. Exactly what sword is this? Why is it so invincible? In the distance, Yi Xian was about to attack again when the old man suddenly said, "Wait!" However, Yi Xian didn't stop at all, and he slashed down once more. Bang! The old man was blasted 30 kilometers back by this strike. Yi Xian intended to attack again when the old man spoke abruptly. "My clan is acquainted with the Yang clan." The Yang clan. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this, and then he gazed at the old man. "You know the Yang clan?" The old man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then he glanced at Yi Xian. "Yes, my clan and the Yang clan are family friends." Family friends? A wisp of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. That's utterly impossible. If these fellows are really family friends with the Yang clan, then there's no reason for them to not recognize my mad devil bloodline. Yi Xian shook his head. "No matter if you know the Yang clan or not, I'll annihilate your clan today." The old man was suddenly enraged. "If you dare touch my clan today, the Yang family will exterminate all 10 of your clans." Yi Xian. 7017K. Chapter 2377. Yi Xian was utterly speechless when he heard the old man. "The Yang clan annihilated 10 of my clans? What the hell?" At this time, the old man suddenly said, "Your Excellency, even if you don't consider the monk, consider the Buddha. The Yang clan." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the old man and spoke impatiently. "Is the Yang clan that great?" The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then he exploded with rage. "How dare you look down upon the Yang clan? How dare you look down upon the Yang clan? You, the ignorant, are truly fearless. Do you know what sort of existence the Yang clan is? That's..." Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian suddenly attack, and he roared furiously as he charged forward and smashed his fist forward. A strand of terrifying force suddenly swept out from his fist like a torrent. In an instant, the space in the surroundings seethed and warped. Bang! An expanse of light was blasted apart as the old man was blasted over 3 kilometers back by Yi Xian's attack. Moreover, he just stopped moving when another sword slashed down swiftly like a bolt of lightning. The old man's pupils constricted. He was astounded when facing this terrifying attack from Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's green profound sword was truly too sharp. After he'd taken that punch head-on, his entire right arm had almost been chopped off. Right at this moment, Zhongshou suddenly appeared in front of the old man, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. After that, he roared furiously and smashed his fist forward. Rumble! With this punch, a terrifying force swept out like a volcanic eruption. Bang! An expanse of sword light shattered, and it shot out like fireworks in the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was in a mess. Zhongshou was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and his body was completely obliterated as soon as he stopped moving. Zhongshou suddenly roared furiously when he saw that Yi Xian was about to attack again. Sacrifice the formation. The formation. Bang. His voice had just resounded when a pillar of light shot into the sky from the clan below. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he swung his sword down. Rumble. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, and Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. After stopping, Yi Xian looked down at the clan below. At this moment, another pillar of light shot up into the sky. In the air, Yi Xian frowned. He opened his palm and the green profound sword slashed down. A wave of sword light fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom. This attack directly shattered the pillar of light that shot into the sky, and Yi Xian was just about to attack again when the space above him suddenly split apart. A moment later, an enormous and illusory hand suddenly grabbed out. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his left sleeve, a wave of sword light shot into the sky. Mortal Realm Sword Intent. Rumble. As the terrifying sword light soared into the sky, the giant hand turned into fragments that filled the sky. Explosions rang out continuously in the sky above the clan, and it was a complete mess. Suddenly, Zhongshou roared furiously from afar. Kill him! As soon as he finished speaking, countless pillars of light shot into the sky and shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. He was about to attack when he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. Why should I attack? Attacking is exhausting. Moreover, I have Arya's armor, so I don't have to attack at all. When he thought up to this point, he gave up on attacking and allowed the countless rays of light to blast him in succession. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned by an expanse of white light. Rumble! Rumble! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the sky. Zhongshou and the old man were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He doesn't defend? It didn't take long for the white light in the sky to disperse, and Yi Xian appeared before them. Zhongshou and the old man were stunned when they saw Yi Xian, because Yi Xian was actually completely unharmed. Zhongshou gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief. You. Yi Xian patted his clothes lightly and said, "That's all." That's all? It was silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Right at this moment, Zhongshou suddenly roared furiously. Activate all the grand formations. Activate all the grand formations. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of terrifying energy shot into the sky from within the clan. In an instant, strands of formidable pressure swept through the world. On the other hand, Yi Xian's eyes were closed slightly. He didn't dodge at all, and he just allowed the countless strands of energy to blast towards him. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to be drowned by the terrifying energy once more. All the experts from the various clans stared fixedly at Yi Xian. It didn't take long for the space where Yi Xian resided to return to normal, and Yi Xian appeared before them. When they saw Yi Xian, the expressions of all the experts from the various clans turned extremely ugly. Yi Xian was still completely unharmed. Zhongshou looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. This isn't normal. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. That's it. Zhongshou stared fixedly at Yi Xian and roared furiously. What the hell are you wearing? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Hiss! The sword flashed like lightning. In the distance, Zhongshou's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged backwards, trying to avoid Yi Xian's sword. Because he was currently a spirit body, he couldn't block Yi Xian's sword at all. Moreover, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian's sword seemed to have a strong restraining effect on spirits. Seeing the sword slash towards him, Zhongshu's heart was already at its limit. At this moment, the elder suddenly stood in front of Zhongshu and roared furiously, "Contact the Yang clan!" After saying that, he turned to look at the sword slashing towards him and clenched his fists tightly. Boom! A terrifying flame suddenly shot up from his body into the sky. Body ignition. However, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, another terrifying aura shot up into the sky from his body. Rumble. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword was sent flying by this aura. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand in a flash. Yi Xian looked at the elder. At this moment, the elder wasn't just burning his body, he was burning his soul as well. He was really playing with his life. After the elder chose to burn his body and soul, his aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the field, the clan powerhouses all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. Body ignition. Soul ignition. This meant that they would undoubtedly die. The elder glared at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Old man, I don't quite understand. What are you so resentful about? It seems like you were the ones who wanted to kill me first, right? Why do you make it sound like I'm in the wrong?" The elder said fiercely. "My clan has already admitted defeat. Why must you kill us all?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Didn't I admit defeat before? Did you let me go?" "I don't think so." The old man pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "Stop whining in front of the old man. Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, once the Yang clan arrives, you'll understand the meaning of despair." Yi Xian sighed softly. "I suggest you don't scream really." The elder was so angry that he started laughing. "Afraid? Are you afraid?" Yi Xian. At this moment, Zhongshu suddenly opened his palm, and a tiny token suddenly shot into the sky and into the depths of space. Yi Xian glanced at Zhongshu and fell silent. The elder suddenly opened his palm and clenched it tightly. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying force swiftly condensed in his hand, and the entire sect realm instantly trembled. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm, but the green profound sword in his hand was trembling slightly. At this moment, the elder suddenly roared, "Die, old man!" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly rushed forward and punched out. When this punch was thrown out, a monstrous force rushed towards Yi Xian like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Chi! Yi Xian's sword directly shattered the fist. At this moment, the elder directly rushed in front of Yi Xian and punched at Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian's right hand suddenly turned, and a wave of sword light slashed out. Boom! The elder was directly sent flying thousands of feet away by his sword. The elder who had stopped was stunned. He never thought that he would still not be a match for Yi Xian, even though he had already ignited his soul and physical body. The elder stared fixedly at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and his expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Xian had two divine artifacts in his possession. One of them was this sword, and it was all-powerful. The other was a mysterious defensive divine artifact, and it was indestructible. It was simply absurd. He had the strongest spear and shield. How could he fight them? The elder stared fixedly at Yi Xian while his aura grew stronger and stronger. However, it was useless because he couldn't break through Yi Xian's defenses. However, Yi Xian's sword could disregard all of their defensive divine artifacts. How could he fight them? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Stop spacing out. You're igniting your soul right now. If you don't fight them, then your soul will be incinerated into nothingness." The old man flared up with rage when he heard Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, what are you being so arrogant for?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Geezer, you have such a bad temper. How did you attain the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm?" The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian while clenching his fists tightly. His physical body was gone, and his soul was extremely ethereal as well. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. He naturally wanted to attack, but he was very clearly aware that he wouldn't be able to harm Yi Xian, even if he fought with all his strength. Yi Xian smiled. Since you're not going to attack, then I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunxi vanished on the spot. The old man's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly roared furiously as he suddenly pressed his palms together. And then he pressed them forward. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful force swept out from within the old man. However, it instantly shattered into pieces upon coming into contact with Yi Xian's sword. And then the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, when he stopped moving, his soul was almost ethereal and translucent. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and was about to attack again. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the depths of the distant starry sky. Wherever this aura passed, the space immediately boiled. Yi Xian frowned. The old man suddenly raised his head, and then he roared madly with laughter. Yi Xian, the experts of the Yang clan have arrived. The experts of the Yang clan have arrived. You're finished. You're finished. Haha. P.S. Asking for votes. Friends with monthly votes, feel free to vote. 7,017K. Chapter 2378. He's here? Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. In the distance, time and space suddenly split open, and a black-robed elder slowly walked out. The moment the black-robed elder walked out, the entire space trembled and became illusory. An expert half a step into the divine transformation realm. As soon as the elder appeared, a wave of coercion swept down from the sky like a tidal wave. The powerful coercion was like the weight of a mountain, instantly stifling the breath of countless experts present. Everyone was shocked. This was an expert from the Yang clan? How terrifying. The clan elder and Zhongshou, on the other hand, were laughing maniacally with excitement. Yi Xian released his human realm sword will, which easily blocked the elder's coercion. He glanced at the black-robed elder, but did not say anything. Below, the elder, Zhongshou, and the experts of the clan looked as if they had seen their savior. The Yang clan. The clan elder hurriedly bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Honor. Zhongshou and the others all bowed, their expressions filled with respect. The black-robed elder's expression was calm as his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Are you the one who looked down on the Yang clan? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He opened his palm and a stream of bloodline power surged from it. In an instant, the coercion of his bloodline shrouded the area. It was extremely powerful. He naturally had to reveal his identity. After all, he was the young master of the Yang clan. He could not possibly cause a misunderstanding with the experts of the Yang clan, right? Wouldn't that be stupid? Seeing the power of Yi Xian's bloodline, the black-robed elder frowned. What do you mean? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. You don't recognize my bloodline? The black-robed elder sneered. Should an old man recognize your bloodline? Yi Xian was silent. Something was wrong. This guy did not recognize his crazy demon bloodline. This was not normal. Could it be that he was not from the Yang clan? Could it be that he was mistaken? Yi Xian was puzzled. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke coldly. Young man, do you know that my Yang clan is protecting this clan? Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He glanced at the black-robed elder and asked, Is the Yang clan's patriarch the green-robed swordmaster? The black-robed old man furrowed his brows as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. How do you know about the swordmaster? Hearing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. Since you're from the Yang clan, why don't you recognize me? The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. I'm from the Yang clan, so I have to know you? Who do you think you are? Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed elder, then opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared in his hand. Do you recognize this item? The black-robed elder shook his head. I've never seen him before. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaotao suddenly sighed in a low voice. Young master, this guy is probably just a small fry from the Yang clan. Don't ask him. He doesn't even know you and me. Just lay your cards on the table. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. He looked at the black-robed elder. Have you seen the green-robed swordmaster? The black-robed elder sneered. Of course. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed elder. Don't you think I look very similar to him? The black-robed elder sized up Yi Xian. The next moment he flew into a rage. Brat, you actually want to trick me? Why? Are you trying to say that you're the son of the green-robed Swordmaster? What a joke. Who doesn't know that the Swordmaster only has one daughter? How dare you? Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Tragedy. What a tragedy. The black-robed elder suddenly flicked his sleeves. A terrifying force directly shook towards Yi Xian. From afar, Yi Xian frowned. He rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Chi. The sword light directly tore that terrifying force into pieces. Seeing this scene, the black-robed elder frowned. You're a swordsman. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I suggest you contact the Yang clan. The black-robed elder said fiercely. You think you're worthy of my Yang clan's top experts? Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Can you not be so stubborn? Will it kill you to contact them? You. The black-robed elder did not give him a chance to speak. He directly rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. He opened his palm and the green profound sword in his hand flew out. Rumble. The sword light shattered. The black-robed elder was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed a dayabi and waved it. Chi. The tip of a brush flashed across the field. The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and then he pressed his palms together while swiftly chanting. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and then a ray of black light swept out from within him, and collided with Dayabi's attack. Bang! Along with an explosion, countless rays of black light shattered while the black-robed old man was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, the green profound sword slashed down towards him. A wisp of astonishment flashed through the black-robed old man's eyes. He opened his palm, and a spear appeared in his grasp. With a shake of his wrist, the spear stabbed forward like a thunderclap. Bang! The black-robed old man's spear stabbed directly onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. The entire sect dimension trembled violently, and then it swiftly became illusory. Meanwhile, the spear in the black-robed old man's hand suddenly shattered into pieces that covered the sky. Rumble. At the instant that the spear shattered, the black-robed old man was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arms split apart. At the same time, the green profound sword pierced through the center of his forehead. All of a sudden, the entire place fell silent. The old man and the sect leader, Zhongshou, looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man was stunned as well. He was a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator. Yet he'd actually lost to a young man at the ancient god realm? The black-robed old man's voice trembled as he said, "That's impossible." Yi Xian's face remained expressionless as he flicked his sleeve. Bang! The black-robed old man's body was instantly destroyed. Right when the black-robed old man's soul was about to be completely destroyed, he suddenly took out a command token, and then the command token transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Yi Xian glanced at the command token with a calm expression. Call for help. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's do it. The black-robed old man glanced at the dayabi on Yi Xian's waist and sneered. So you're relying on the dayabi? Let me tell you, the Yang clan is not afraid of the dayabi. Even if the dayabi himself came, he would have to crawl in front of the Yang clan. Yi Xian was speechless. F***ck. The dayabi suddenly said, "Can I kill him?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Didn't you say that you can't make a move at will?" After a moment of silence, the dayabi said, "I can't make a move at will. I'll make arrangements for him." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the black-robed old man wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flicked his sleeves and a sword plunged into the old man's mouth. The old man swallowed the words he was about to say. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed old man and said, "Shut up." The black-robed old man was speechless. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the distant old man. At this moment, the old man's soul and body were growing dimmer and dimmer. Yi Xian frowned. "Can't you stop burning your soul?" The old man was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, do you think everyone is like you? Burning your soul like it's a game that can be stopped at will? Once the soul is ignited, it can't be stopped. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Then you can slowly die. The old man suddenly laughed. His laughter was crazy. Yi Xian, do you think you're invincible just because you have Daebi's support? Let me tell you, the Yang clan's strength is beyond your imagination. Just as the senior said, even if you have Daebi's true body, the Yang clan wouldn't fear you, much less Daebi's clone. Daebi was speechless. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The old man snarled. Yi Xian, I will die without a doubt. But let me tell you before I die, I will make sure you die first. Yi Xian nodded. All right. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the depths of the starry sky above their heads. Soon the entire galaxy began to boil. They're here. At this time, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely deranged. They're here. The true experts of the Yang clan have arrived. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. At that moment, an invisible pressure had already crushed down on him. This pressure far exceeded that of the soul transformation realm. Merely a strand of pressure caused countless people in the surroundings to feel suffocated. Too powerful. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared here. An expert who had surpassed the divine transformation realm. The black-robed old man suddenly knelt down slowly when he saw this middle-aged man, and he said with a trembling voice, Envoy Zhang. The middle-aged man ignored the black-robed elder. He walked slowly towards Yi Xian, and knelt down in front of everyone. Emissary Zhang, the person in charge of the high god Cosmos, greets the young master. Young master. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became deathly silent. 7017K. Chapter 2379. Young Master? Hearing Emissary Zhang's words, the black-robed old man and the sect master old man were petrified on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. You know me? Emissary Zhang nodded and said respectfully, Of course, I am the Yang clan's young master. How could I not know you? Yi Xian pointed at the black-robed old man in the distance. Why doesn't he know me? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. He isn't from my Yang clan. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. He isn't from the Yang clan? Emissary Zhang nodded. He is just a small character from one of my Yang clan's vassal forces. He has nothing to do with my Yang clan. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man said with a trembling voice, Emissary Zhang, is he really the young master? Emissary Zhang was expressionless. Do you think I like to kneel to people? The black-robed old man's expression froze. After a moment, he turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. Young master, since you are the Yang clan's young master, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Xian smiled. Didn't I say so? I said so. And how did you answer me? Your answer was that the Swordmaster only has a daughter, no son. This is what you said, right? The black-robed old man. Yi Xian looked at the sect master old man. At this moment, the old man's soul had already been burnt transparent. Like a wisp of smoke, it would disappear with the wind at any time. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Is it interesting? Is it interesting? Yi Xian smiled lightly, turned and left. Behind him, Emissary Zhang was silent for a moment. He suddenly raised his right hand. The next moment, 10 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the field. Emissary Zhang was expressionless. Slaughter. With that, he followed Yi Xian in the distance. Behind him, the old man roared. Yi Xian, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse your Yang clan to die. Tendo is clear. It's not that I won't avenge you. It's just that the time has not come yet. If you don't believe me, look up. Who did Tendo spare you? Boom. A bolt of divine lightning suddenly struck the top of the old man's head, and the old man was directly erased. After a while, a voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the distant starry sky. My Tendo clan declares that my Tendo clan has no evil intentions towards the Yang clan. This person's words have nothing to do with my Tendo clan. I hope young master Yi can understand. Clan. When Yi Xian returned to Celestial Treasure City, Envoy Zhang followed beside him. As he looked at Yi Xian, Envoy Zhang was very cautious. At the moment, he was feeling very uneasy, because he didn't know if Yi Xian would blame him. Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang and smiled. "Aren't you going?" Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll stay here and listen to young Master Ye's orders." Actually, the Yang clan had ordered that he couldn't take the initiative to help Yi Xian, unless he was in a life-threatening situation. The reason why he chose to stay was because he had a selfish motive. If he wanted to climb up, the best way was to follow Yi Xian. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and stay. As long as he had a good relationship with Yi Xian, who in the Yang clan would dare to punish him in the future? If he had a good relationship with Yi Xian, he would be able to ascend to the 9 heavens. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you at the divine transformation realm?" Emissary Zhang shook his head. "I'm at the superior god realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Superior god?" Emissary Zhang nodded. "The realm above the divine transformation realm is the superior god realm. Because I'm in charge of a special grade universe, I have the power of faith of a special grade universe. Therefore, I'm a superior god." Yi Xian was a little curious. Special grade universe? Emissary Zhang nodded. "It has more than 1 billion living beings, and most of them are very strong." As he said this, he paused and said, "Being a superior god is a threshold. It's too difficult for an ordinary person to become a superior god. Of course, that's for us. In the Yang clan, a mere superior god is nothing." Yi Xian blinked. "In the Yang clan, a superior god is nothing?" Emissary Zhang nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What level are you at in the Yang clan?" Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. "Let's put it this way. If the Yang clan is compared to a huge empire, then I'm like a small village chief in a remote mountain village." Yi Xian was silent. Small village chief. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It seemed that the force created by his father was much stronger than he had imagined. Go back to inherit the family property? As soon as this idea appeared, he rejected it himself. Although he was a second-generation heir, his ultimate goal was to be a first-generation heir. Emissary Zhang said again, "Young master, do you want to return to the clan? If you do, I can contact the higher-ups." Yi Xian shook his head. "Not for the time being." Emissary Zhang nodded slightly. "Okay." Yi Xian said, "I'll cultivate for a while you." Emissary Zhang quickly said, "I'll protect you, young master." Yi Xian glanced at Emissary Zhang and smiled. "Okay." After saying this, he entered the starry cultivation ground. As soon as he entered the starry cultivation ground, Wenrenlan appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Wenrenlan. At this moment, Wenrenlan had reached the divine transformation realm. Divine transformation realm. Wenren also appeared in the field. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Ms. Lan, congratulations." Wenrenlan nodded slightly. "I'm the one thanking you." Yi Xian smiled. "You should be the youngest divine transformation realm expert in the history of the Wenren clan, right?" Wenrenlan shook her head. "My ancestor is stronger than me." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "The ancestor of the Wenren clan?" Wenrenlan nodded. "The ancestor of the Wenren clan was extremely talented, much stronger than me." Yi Xian smiled. "You're very strong too." Wenrenlan looked at Yi Xian. Merely being at the divine transformation realm isn't enough to become the patriarch. However, if I go back now, my status will be completely different from before. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything. Wenrenlan said in a low voice, "If I become the patriarch of the Wenren clan, what do you want me to do for you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Open an academy in the Wenren clan, or allow my academy to recruit students in the Wenren clan." Wenrenlan looked at Yi Xian. "That's it." Yi Xian nodded. Wenrenlan nodded. "Okay." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she glanced outside. "What is that person outside to you?" Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. "You mean Emissary Zhang?" Wenrenlan nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "My father's subordinate." Wenrenlan looked straight at Yi Xian. "Which clan are you from?" Yi Xian smiled. "The Yang clan." Wen Renlan frowned, and she turned to look at Wen Renren. Wen Renren shook her head. Yi Xian was curious. Haven't you heard of it? Wen Renlan shook her head. Never. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, the Upper Divinity Realm, have you heard of it? Wen Renlan's pupils suddenly constricted. The Upper Divinity Realm. Your father is from the Upper Divinity Realm. Yi Xian said, you know about the Upper Divinity Realm? Wen Renlan nodded with a rather solemn expression. The Upper Divinity Realm is a super universe, and there are real Upper Divinity Realm experts in that universe. Do you know about the Upper Divinity Realm? Yi Xian shook his head. Wen Renlan said in a low voice, it's very terrifying. No, not to mention the Upper Divinity Realm. Even a half-step Divinity Realm expert is very, very terrifying. After the Divine Transformation Realm, there are 9 tiers, and beyond the 5th tier is the half-step Divinity Realm. In our place, the strongest expert is in the 6th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. But in the Upper Divinity Realm, there are real Upper Divinity Realm experts. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Is the Yang clan a big clan in the Upper Divinity Realm? Yi Xian was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question, because if he told the truth he would be suspected of being pretentious. At this time, Wen Renlan sized up Yi Xian, and then she said, I didn't expect you to be from the Upper Divinity Realm. Yi Xian said with a smile. What are your plans now? Wen Renlan fell silent for a moment, and then she turned to look at Wen Renren. Big sister, what are your plans? Wen Renren looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, I want to go directly to your Guanxian Academy. Although I'm not that strong, I should be able to help a little. Yi Xian smiled. You're welcome. Wen Renren was an ancestor god, and she wasn't weak at all to the current Guanxian Academy. What Guanxian Academy lacked the most were experts. After all, Qingqiu was only one person, and she still needed some help. Wen Renren smiled when she heard Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, if I go to your academy, the Nantian clan might not let it go. You have to be mentally prepared. Yi Xian was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned. At this moment, Wen Renren looked into the distance. The Nantian clan is here. Nantian clan? Yi Xian frowned. Right at this moment, Emissary Zhang appeared behind Yi Xian, and he looked into the depths of the starry sky with a calm expression. Wen Renlan, who stood in front of Yi Xian, took a deep look at Emissary Zhang, and a wisp of seriousness flashed in her eyes. She couldn't sense Emissary Zhang's realm, but her intuition told her that he was terrifying. Bang! At this moment, the starry sky above them suddenly transformed into a huge vortex, and soon, a man walked out slowly from it. The Soul Formation Realm. When the man walked out, Wen Renren suddenly frowned. It was obvious that she knew him. Wen Renlan's face sank. The man in front of her was the Nantian clan's prince, Nantian Yen. After Nantian Yen appeared, he gently flicked his sleeve with his right hand, and the vortex behind him was directly erased, and the starry sky returned to normal. Nantian Yen glanced at Wen Renren below, his face expressionless. The next moment he turned his head to look at Yi Xian, who was next to him. You're Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Nantian Yen stared at Yi Xian. I heard that you like to meddle in other people's business? As he spoke, an invisible wave of pressure swept towards Yi Xian, who was down below. Yi Xian frowned slightly and was about to make a move, but at this moment, Emissary Zhang suddenly spread out his right hand and gently pressed it down. Thump! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Nantian Yan's legs went soft and he knelt down. Emissary Zhang looked at Nantian Yan, whose face was full of fear, with a calm expression. You have to kneel to talk to my young master, understand? Everyone. Yi Xian. 7017K. Chapter 2380. Kneeling. Nantian Yan just knelt there. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. At this moment, Nantian Yan was extremely shocked. He was a cultivator in the Divine Transformation Realm, but he couldn't even resist this middle-aged man? How was this possible? He looked incredulous. Wen Renlan and her sister also looked incredulous, especially Wen Renlan. She knew that this middle-aged man was strong, But she didn't know he was this strong. With a wave of his hand, an expert in the divine transformation realm knelt. This was at least a half-step supreme deity. At this time, Nan Tianyan looked at Emissary Zhang and said in a deep voice, "You are?" Emissary Zhang did not answer. He retreated half a step behind Yi Xian. Seeing this, Nan Tianyan looked at Yi Xian again. "Who are you?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Yi Xian, the dean of Guanxian Academy." Nan Tianyan stared at Yi Xian, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Xian turned to Emissary Zhang and said with a smile, "Let him stand up and talk." Emissary Zhang immediately nodded. "Okay." With that, he flicked his sleeve, and the terrifying power on Nan Tianyan suddenly disappeared. After Nan Tianyan stood up, he took a deep look at Emissary Zhang. In addition to seriousness, there was also fear in his eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "How should I address you, sir?" Nan Tianyan withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Xian. Nan Tianyan of the Nantian clan. Yi Xian nodded and was about to speak when Nan Tianyan said in a deep voice, "Sir, the Nantian clan has no enmity with you. Why are you meddling?" Yi Xian turned to look at Wen Renlan. "She doesn't like you." Nan Tianyan nodded. "I know she doesn't like me, but she is engaged to me. Do you think it's appropriate for her to fall in love with another man while we are still engaged?" Yi Xian thought about it and shook his head. No. Nan Tianyan was slightly stunned. Was this guy so reasonable? Yi Xian continued. "It's indeed inappropriate for me to fall in love with someone else when I'm engaged to you. This is her fault, but she has already paid the price for her mistake." Nan Tianyan fell silent. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Nan Tianyan suddenly said, "Since young Master Yi has spoken, then I naturally won't pursue the matter any further. I'll give young Master Yi face." Yi Xian was silent. With this guy's words, it became like he owed him a favor. Speechless, Nan Tianyan suddenly looked at Wen Ren and said, "Miss Yi, the grudge between us is settled today. Let's both live in peace." After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, if you have time, please come to the Nantian clan as a guest." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Definitely." Nan Tianyan smiled. "Farewell." After saying that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Yi Xian looked at the end of the sky and chuckled. Then he turned to Wen Ren and said, "You're really free now." Wen Ren looked at Yi Xian and said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You're welcome." After saying that, he looked at Wen Renlan and asked, "Are you going back to the clan now?" Wen Renlan nodded. "If I go back now, I'll definitely be put in an important position. However, I'm not sure if I can become the clan leader. After all, my father hasn't died yet. Oh no, he hasn't retired." Hearing that, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. She was really a filial daughter. Wen Renlan turned to Wen Ren and asked, "Sister, are you really not going back with me?" Wen Renlan shook her head no. Wen Renlan thought about it and said, "All right. After I become the clan leader, I'll come and pick you up." After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Can you lend me your pagoda for a few days to play?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Wen Renlan giggled, "I'm kidding." After saying that, she said seriously, "You helped me reach the soul formation realm. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. After I become the clan leader, I'll do my best to help your academy." After saying that, she disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at Wen Ren and said, "Go to the universe of God's Guanxian Academy first. After you get there, a little girl will take care of you." Wen Renlan nodded. "All right." In the same place, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He only had less than 100 million universe veins left. It had to be said that he still felt a little distressed. However, it was still worth it. As long as Wen Renlan became the clan leader, Guanxian Academy would be able to reach the Wen Ren clan. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword intent suddenly gushed out. The sword intent of the human world. Looking at the sword intent in front of him, Yi Xian fell silent. The sword intent had become stronger again. Furthermore, it was much, much stronger. Qing Qiu. Yi Xian withdrew the sword intent, and felt warm in his heart. At this moment, Emissary Zhang suddenly said, Young Master's sword intent is amazing. Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang and smiled. Is it amazing? Emissary Zhang nodded with a serious expression. Young Master's sword intent has unlimited growth. Yi Xian laughed and said, Aren't you going back to the upper god realm? Emissary Zhang hurriedly said, I'll follow young master and serve him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Emissary Zhang was overjoyed when he heard that. Since Yi Xian agreed, it meant that he could follow Yi Xian openly. As long as he followed Yi Xian, his future would be limitless. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll cultivate for a while. Emissary Zhang hurriedly nodded. All right. As he spoke, he left respectfully. In the starry sky, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In the next moment, he entered Xiaota. Within Xiaota, his eyes closed slowly. The deity's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, his cultivation directly rose from the ancient god realm to the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. When he attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, the sword intent within his body suddenly surged out like tidewater. Actually, his sword intent was equivalent to the energy of faith. Boundless energy of faith converged into a sword, and it became the sword intent of the human world. Yi Xian cultivated slowly within Xiaota. With Xiaota by his side, he could take his time because he had sufficient time. Just like that, 10 years passed. In the outside world, only a single day had passed. When Yi Xian left Xiaota, he had attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Unlike before, his cultivation wasn't unstable this time, and he used almost 10 years of time to stabilize it. Of course, he still needed actual combat. What gave him a headache was that he needed a huge amount of money to break through to the soul formation realm. Just like one Renlan, he needed at least over 1 billion universe veins. Over 1 billion. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he thought of Qingguan. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I really want to live off a woman more and more. Besides cultivation, he'd also studied the character, human in the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. At this moment, the might of this character was only inferior to his instant of invincibility. The most terrifying thing was that he was still only able to utilize 10% of this character's might. To his surprise, if he utilized his sword intent when he utilized this character, its might would multiply. In short, even though he was only at the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, it was extremely easy for him to kill a soul formation realm expert. However, he still felt an extremely terrifying pressure when facing Emissary Zhang. Obviously, a high god realm expert was still a huge threat to him. After attaining the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, Yi Xian left the place of cultivation. As soon as he left, Emissary Zhang appeared in front of him. Emissary Zhang bowed slightly, and then he retreated behind Yi Xian. At this moment, Emissary Zhang was shocked because Yi Xian had attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm so fast. After all, Yi Xian was only at the ancient god realm a day ago, yet he was already a universe-enlightened ancestral god now. This speed was truly slightly abnormal. Emissary Zhang sighed in his heart, as expected of the young master. Meanwhile, Fu Yi and Xiaolon appeared in front of Yi Xian, and they bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. It's over. I'm going back to my academy. As he spoke, he looked at Fu Yi. Did you manage to contact Qingguan? Fu Yi shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. If you didn't manage to contact him, then forget it. Fu Yi smiled bitterly. Yi Xian smiled. Both of you take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Emissary Zhang. After Yi Xian and Xiaolon left, Fu Yi suddenly said in a light voice, Young Master Yi has already attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Xiaolon nodded with a solemn expression. Fu Yi shook his head and smiled. Young Master Yi's speed of improvement is truly terrifying. Xiaolon said in a light voice. Do you see that person beside him? Fu Yi frowned slightly. Who is that? Xiaolon said in a low voice. The annihilation of the clan was done by that person. Fu. Xiaolon said. That person should be a member of the Yang clan. As he spoke, he looked towards the horizon and said in a light voice. Is the mysterious Yang clan finally about to surface? Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy with emissary Zhang. At this moment, the number of people in Guanxian Academy had expanded to tens of thousands. This was only the number of people in the universe enlightened ancestral god. In other places, Qingqiu had already developed more than a dozen branches of Guanxian Academy. The main reason why the number of people was small was that Guanxian Academy's recruitment was too strict. This strictness did not refer to talent, but character and temperament. Everyone who entered Guanxian Academy would have to undergo various tests. It was precisely because of this that Guanxian Academy's recruitment speed was not very fast. However, now that Guanxian Academy's reputation had spread, more and more people took the initiative to come to Guanxian Academy, hoping to join it. The current dean of Guanxian Academy was Yi Xian, the head of the One Academy was Xu Xian, and the head of the Wuyuan Academy was Qingqiu. However, Qingqiu's authority was undoubtedly the greatest, because Xu Xian spent more time teaching and learning, while Yi Xian was a hands-off boss. Therefore, Qingqiu was completely in charge of Guanxian Academy. When Yi Xian returned to Guanxian Academy, Qingqiu immediately appeared in front of him. Looking at Yi Xian, Qingqiu smiled sweetly. "Brother." Yi Xian had just spoken, but in the next moment his face was full of astonishment. "Girl, you have reached the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm?" Qingqiu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "When did you reach it?" Qingqiu blinked. "Just now." "Just now?" Yi Xian was stunned, and his heart was filled with shock. The corners of Qingqiu's mouth rose slightly. As long as she wanted to, she could walk to the end of the path of martial arts and Dao Yi, and be on par with 3 swords. But she didn't want to. She wanted to follow her brother. Invincible? How boring would that be? Whenever Yi Xian was invincible, she would be invincible. 7017K. Chapter 2381. Although he knew that Qingqiu was monstrous, Yi Xian was still shocked. Ancestor God Realm. This girl actually reached the Ancestor God Realm in such a short time. The reason why he could reach the Ancestor God Realm was because he had Xiao Ta and Dedeabi, but Qingqiu had nothing. Could a person really be monstrous to this extent? However, when he thought that this girl was Qing-er's original body, he felt relieved. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He gently rubbed Qingqiu's little head and chuckled. "Amazing!" Qingqiu smiled sweetly. She hugged Yi Xian's right side and leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. She whispered, "Big brother is the best." Yi Xian laughed. After spending half a day with Qingqiu got up and left. Yi Xian didn't know what she was going to do. Anyway, this girl was very busy recently. Yi Xian also learned that the entire Guanxian Academy had nearly 100 branches, and the scale was still expanding. Under the leadership of Qingqiu, the current Guanxian Academy had made a name for itself. In the past, Guanxian Academy took the initiative to find people, but now countless monstrous geniuses took the initiative to look for Guanxian Academy, wanting to join it. As the number of people increased, Yi Xian received more and more power of faith. And this was just the beginning. Qingqiu had begun to let some academies stand above the major forces, and then the academies set the rules. Whether it was the major forces or those empires, they must abide by the rules set by Guanxian Academy. Qingqiu chose a more gentle method instead of bloody suppression. Anyone who followed the academy would be greatly improved. After all, Guanxian Academy now had many cultivation methods, and these cultivation methods were far beyond the world's martial arts civilization. Under such temptation, those forces did not resist Guanxian Academy. In front of Guanxian Hall, Yi Xian was lying on a chair, the sun shining on him warmly, deep in thought. Presently, the academy was on the right track, and he himself had attained the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Now that he wanted to attain the soul transformation realm, the relationship between him and the academy could be said to be getting better and better. The future. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He had to think about the future. Walk out. If he stayed in this cosmos, he would naturally be invincible with his strength. However, he didn't like this kind of false invincibility. Only by going out and meeting more experts could he better improve himself. Of course, The main reason was that he really needed money now. Guanxian Academy was still spending money now, and he needed money even more. In addition, he still owed Qin Guan 2 billion. This sum of money must be returned. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed softly. After a while, Yi Xian stood up and went to find Envoy Zhang. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Envoy Zhang bowed slightly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang and smiled. Senior Emissary Zhang, do you have money? Emissary Zhang was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. How much does young Master Yi need? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, give me 2 billion yen veins first. Emissary Zhang was stunned when he heard this. Yi Xian blinked. Is that a lot? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. Young Master, I don't have that many yen veins. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't even have it in the God Realm? Emissary Zhang shook his head. No, the God Realm only produces around 1 billion yen veins every year, and after deducting various expenses, there's only 100 to 200 million left. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. Young Master might not know this, but even though I'm the Realm Lord of the God Realm, this position was conferred by the Yang clan. In other words, I'm just someone who receives a salary every year. In the mortal world, I'm equivalent to a county magistrate. Yi Xian understood when he heard this. Even though Emissary Zhang was the Realm Lord of the God Realm, the God Realm didn't belong to him, but to the Yang clan. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. At this moment he thought of Qin Guan again. This rich woman could casually open an immortal treasure pavilion, and the profits she earned was much more than an entire realm. At this moment Emissary Zhang suddenly asked, Young Master is in need of money? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Emissary Zhang smiled. Young Master, if you are in need of money, you can go to a place. Yi Xian was a little curious. What place? Emissary Zhang smiled. Luo Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Luo Realm? Emissary Zhang nodded. Luo Realm is a great realm that I know of. In this Luo Realm, there are close to hundreds of thousands of universe worlds. They produce at least 10 billion yen veins every year. If young Master is in need of money, you can go to the Luo Realm and find the Luo Realm Lord. Yi Xian said solemnly. Will he give it to me? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. Young Master, why wouldn't he? Would he dare to not give it? He's just working for you. The money is yours. Yi Xian blinked. It's mine? Emissary Zhang nodded. Of course. You're the young master of my Yang clan. Everything in the Yang clan is yours, right? Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. Yes. Emissary Zhang smiled. So, are we going to the Luo Realm? Yi Xian said with a smile. Go. Emissary Zhang nodded. All right. With that said, he opened his palm. A huge round plate appeared in his hand. The next moment, the round plate flew out and turned into a blue light that landed in front of the two of them. Emissary Zhang said solemnly. The Luo Realm is too far away from this realm. Even with young masters and my strength, if we were to travel through time, it would take at least 100 years. So, we have to use this teleportation array to teleport to the Star Realm. There is a teleportation station established by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. We have to go to the Luo Realm from there. Yi Xian frowned. 100 years? Emissary Zhang nodded. The universe is so big that it's hard to imagine. Yi Xian was silent. He recalled what Qing Er once said. The current universe and the boundless universe. Now he was still in the current universe. Outside the current universe, there was another boundless universe. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a headache. Damn it. This is toxic. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. What kind of existence do I belong to in the current universe and the boundless universe? Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. No matter how big the universe was, it was best to walk the path that he had now. After Yi Xian handed over the matters of the academy, he entered the teleportation array with Emissary Zhang. As soon as he entered the teleportation array, Yi Xian realized that countless starry skies were shuttling past him. They were shuttling through time and space at a terrifying speed. Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang. Senior Emissary Zhang. Emissary Zhang hurriedly said, "Young master, don't call me senior. You can just call me Old Zhang." Yi Xian smiled. "All right. Old Zhang, let me ask you a question. You are at the High God state, right?" Emissary Zhang nodded. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Are there many High God state experts in the Lua world?" Emissary Zhang shook his head. "Not many. In the entire Lua world, there are no more than 2 High God state experts." Yi Xian didn't understand. "Why?" Emissary Zhang bitterly smiled. "To reach the high deity realm, one needs an enormous amount of wealth and the power of faith. Back then, when I reached the high deity realm from the 9th stage of soul formation, it took me a total of 700,000 years. As for the time vein, I spent over 10 billion. This was because I had some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached the High God state. Other than that, because I am the Lord of the High God world, I received the faith energy of the entire High God world. With the support of the faith energy, I reached the High God state." Saying this, he shook his head. "None of these conditions are lacking. Therefore, even in the Lua world, there aren't many High God state experts. Even in a big world like the Lua world, there can only be 2 High God state experts. That's almost the limit." "High God." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Emissary Zhang continued. "I took a look at the college that young master established. If young master's college grows, it will be terrifying." Yi Xian smiled. "Why do you say that?" Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice. "Because the young master's power of faith is very pure. I have never seen such a pure power of faith. If the young master's academy continues to grow one day, the young master's power of faith will become very, very terrifying." Yi Xian smiled. "It will become bigger and bigger." Emissary Zhang looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Old Zhang, what is the realm above the High God state?" Emissary Zhang was about to say something when a white light appeared in the distance. In the next moment, he and Yi Xian disappeared into the space-time tunnel. In next to no time, the two of them appeared on a teleportation platform. Yi Xian looked around. At this moment, he was in a boundless starry sky, and beneath his feet was a transportation platform. Around them, there were so many transportation platforms that one couldn't see the end of them with a single glance. There were at least 1,000,000 teleportation platforms in this starry sky. Yi Xian was slightly surprised and shocked. He hadn't expected that there would be so many teleportation platforms in this starry sky. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang. The old man glanced at the teleportation formation behind Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang, and then he said, 300,000. 300,000. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, 300,000 universe veins? The old man nodded. Exactly. Yi Xian's face darkened. 300,000 universe veins for a single teleportation? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. Young master is quite far from here, so the fee is 300,000 universe veins. Yi Xian remained silent. That money pot was too profitable. Just this teleportation formation alone brought in a huge amount of profit for this rich woman every single day. Emissary Zhang wasn't very surprised, and he was about to take out some money. However, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a command token appeared there. He passed it to the old man, and the old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the command token. He spoke with a trembling voice. "This, are you young Master Yi?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man laughed bitterly. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry if I offended you just now." Yi Xian smiled. "I didn't offend you at all." The old man hurriedly said. "Since you're young Master Yi, then you don't have to pay any fees." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm a super VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, right?" The old man nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "According to my knowledge, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion has a loan program. I want to get a loan, and Miss Qingguan is my guarantor. How much can I get?" The old man was speechless. P.S. Sorry, something unexpected happened while I was washing my feet last night. 7,017K. Chapter 2382. Alone. The old man instantly became embarrassed when he heard Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "What's wrong?" The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, I'm just a small person in charge here. I don't have the authority to decide on a loan. Young Master Yi can look for President Lanshan at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." President Lanshan. Yi Xian nodded. "Where is he?" The old man hurriedly pointed to the right. "Go 5,000 kilometers away from here. There's a branch of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion there, and President Lanshan is there." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Emissary Zhang along and vanished into the distance. In next to no time, Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's branch. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, an old man came out to greet him, and the old man bowed slightly. "Are you young Master Yi?" Yi Xian nodded. "I am." The old man bowed once more. "Young Master Yi, please enter." Yi Xian smiled. "Is your president here?" The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "He isn't here." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "He isn't here?" The old man nodded. "Yes, the president had something to do not too long ago, and he has been gone for a long time." Yi Xian fell silent. "He isn't here." Yi Xian glanced at the hall behind the old man. Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang, who stood by Yi Xian's side, spoke in a low voice. "Young master, he's here. Do you want me to drag him out?" Yi Xian chuckled. "There's no need for that. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Emissary Zhang glanced at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the distance, and then he turned around and left as well. After Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang vanished into the horizon, a middle-aged man appeared here, and the old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. "President." The middle-aged man was the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's branch, Lanshan. Lanshan gazed at the horizon and remained silent. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "President, why don't you see this young Master Yi?" Lanshan said softly, "This young Master Yi is here for a loan." With that said, he shook his head. "I don't want to give him a loan." The old man was puzzled. "Why?" Lanshan chuckled. "I'm afraid he can't pay me back." With that, he turned around and left. The old man. On the other side, beside Yi Xian, Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice, "Young master, Lanshan is in the hall." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I know." Emissary Zhang looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Then young master." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He should have guessed the reason why I went to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and his unwillingness to see me is very obvious. Since the other party is unwilling, I naturally can't force it. The chapter made silence. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go to Luo World." Emissary Zhang nodded. "All right." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the teleportation platform. Under Emissary Zhang's lead, the two of them arrived in front of a teleportation platform. Just as the two of them were about to enter, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from behind them. Emissary Zhang frowned. He turned around and waved his sleeve. The terrifying aura was directly shattered. A surprised voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang. Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang turned around and saw a lady in a purple robe standing before them. The lady had shoulder-length hair, and she held a folding fan in her right hand. She had an extraordinary bearing. Behind her was an old man in a black robe. The old man's face was gloomy, and there was a ghastly look in his eyes. The lady in the purple robe looked at Emissary Zhang with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Miss, what's the matter?" The violet-robed woman withdrew her gaze when she heard this, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. She sized him up before she smiled and said, "It's nothing. We're heading to the Luo realm as well." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Both of you intend to head to Luo world as well? Then why are you stopping us?" The lady gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang spoke calmly. "Once someone enters the teleportation formation to Luo world, then it'll take half a day before they can enter again. If we enter it, then they'll have to wait for half a day." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Just a single teleportation formation to Luo world?" Emissary Zhang nodded. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he gazed at the lady and smiled. Miss, how about we accompany each other and enter it together? Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, the old man behind the lady spoke abruptly. Are you even worthy of going with my young miss? You. Emissary Zhang suddenly raised his hand and slapped it down. Thump. The old man didn't even have the time to react before he was forced to his knees by a terrifying force. Space shattered as he knelt down. Emissary Zhang gazed at the dumbfounded old man. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of speaking to my young master? The black-robed old man's face was filled with disbelief. You're a half-step god. A half-step god. Hearing this, the purple-robed woman's pupils suddenly constricted. A half-step god could be considered as a top figure even in the entire Lua world. Emissary Zhang's face remained expressionless. He didn't speak, and he just moved behind Yi Xian. He had to obey his young master's orders. As a subordinate, he couldn't steal the limelight from his young master. Yi Xian glanced at the lady and the black-robed old man, and then he said, Brother Zhang, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, the violet-robed woman spoke abruptly. Who are you? Yi Xian stopped moving, and then he turned around to look at her. What's wrong? She gazed at Yi Xian. I'm from the Lua world's Zhantai clan. Yi Xian shook his head. I've never heard of it. The violet-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly. You've never heard of it? Yi Xian turned around to look at Emissary Zhang. Have you? Emissary Zhang shook his head. I've never heard of it. The violet-robed woman's face instantly darkened. How dare you look down on my Zhantai clan? Yi Xian sighed softly. I'm not looking down on your Zhantai clan. I really haven't heard of your Zhantai clan. Besides that, I think it's really not worth it to get into a conflict over something so trivial. What do you think? The violet-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. You started it. Yi Xian smiled. Then was it your subordinate who provoked me first? The violet-robed woman fell silent. Yi Xian continued. I know that your Zhantai clan is definitely a powerful clan, but I think that we should keep a low profile and be humble when we're outside. The violet-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian continued. Tell me, is it worth it for both of us to get into a conflict over something so trivial? I don't think it's worth it, so let's stop here. Is that all right? The violet-robed woman still didn't speak. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he turned around and led Emissary Zhang into the teleportation formation. The violet-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang, who had vanished into the distance with a calm expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. Behind her, the old man's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The violet-robed woman suddenly spoke softly. Dedeabi. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. In the space-time tunnel, Emissary Zhang glanced at Yi Xian, and then he smiled. Young master, you're too kind. Kind? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It's not that I'm kind, but I don't want to kill anymore. Under normal circumstances, we will have a conflict with them, and then kill them. Then the people behind them will come and take revenge on us. As he spoke, he shook his head again. This is so boring. Emissary Zhang was silent. Yi Xian continued. Fewer enemies, more friends. After all, my academy wants to change the entire universe, and I don't want to change the entire universe by killing. Emissary Zhang glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. And suddenly, a faint sword intent appeared around him. Kindness sword intent. And now, the kindness sword intent on his body completely suppressed the evil sword intent. In addition, his human world sword intent was also getting stronger, and the human world sword intent was all-encompassing. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. He now had the Qingxian sword and the area armor. In fact, he really wanted to fight with Emissary Zhang, and he wanted to see how far he was from the superior god realm. There was definitely a gap. It was impossible for him to cross 2 levels and reach the divine realm. He might have a chance after reaching the divine transformation realm, but it was definitely impossible now. And to reach the divine transformation realm, he needed money. Money. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He was in dire need of money now. At this moment, Emissary Zhang suddenly said, "Young master, we have arrived." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked into the distance. Not far away, a white light suddenly gushed out, and the next moment, the two of them directly disappeared in the teleportation formation. Not long after, Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang appeared on a plain. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, and he looked around. There were all kinds of teleportation formations everywhere, and from time to time, people walked out of these teleportation formations. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This industry was too profitable. To start such an industry, one only needed to sit around and collect money every day. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. "Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Young Master Yi, I am the president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch in Luo World, Lan Qing." Yi Xian sized up the middle-aged man and smiled. "What is your relationship with that Lan Shan?" Lan Qing smiled. "He is my brother." "Brother?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "Did you come to me for something?" Lan Qing smiled slightly. "As far as I know, young Master Yi wants a loan?" Yi Xian nodded. Lan Qing said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, how much do you want?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, 2 billion universe veins. Lan Qing was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I will give young Master Yi a loan of 3 billion. 3 billion. Yi Xian was stunned. Lan Qing continued, "There is no need for any guarantee, and there is no need for any interest. However, young Master Yi has to pay it back within 10 years. Yi Xian looked at Lan Qing. "Why?" Lan Qing smiled slightly. "Young Master Yi is an extraordinary genius, and the pavilion master thinks highly of you. Therefore, I am willing to be friends with young Master Yi." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in front of Yi Xian. There were exactly 3 billion universe veins in the storage ring. Yi Xian looked at Lan Qing for a moment, and then he smiled. "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it?" Lan Qing blinked. "If young Master Yi doesn't return it, then I will go to Guanxian Academy and not leave." 7017K. Chapter 2383. 3 billion. Yi Xian fell silent as he gazed at the spatial ring in his hand. 3 billion wasn't a small amount. Yet Lan Qing had lent it to him just like that. Moreover, he didn't even take any interest. Obviously, Lan Qing wasn't doing this for Yi Xian, but for Qingguan or the Yang clan. Meanwhile, Lan Qing suddenly smiled. "Young Master Yi, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Young Master Yi, feel free to come to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion if you need anything. I, Lan Qing, will definitely not refuse if it's within my ability." Yi Xian smiled. "All right." Lan Qing cupped his fists, glanced at Emissary Zhang, and then left. Emissary Zhang chuckled as he watched Lan Qing leave. No wonder he was able to become the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's branch in Luo Dimension. He isn't just a little bit stronger than Lan Shan. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. 3 billion is a huge favor. Emissary Zhang smiled. "Not to mention 3 billion, even 30 billion is worth it." Yi Xian laughed. He glanced into the distance and said, "Where are we going now?" Emissary Zhang replied, "Luo City. According to my knowledge, the lord of this world is called Luo Tian." Yi Xian blinked. "Do they recognize me as their young master?" Emissary Zhang was stunned, and then he smiled. "Young master, don't joke around. How could they dare to not recognize you?" As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and continued, "Young master, don't lower yourself. Regardless of whether it's me or Luo Tian, we're just working for the Yang clan. If it wasn't for the Yang clan, then it would be impossible for us to attain the God rank realm." Yi Xian fell silent. Emissary Zhang continued, "Young master can change the owner of the entire Luo dimension with a single word." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Power." Needless to say, The temptation of power was extremely great on many occasions. The young master of the Yang clan? He didn't have such a concept in the past because he hadn't come into contact with the Yang clan. But now, Emissary Zhang's words allowed him to understand how terrifying his identity as the young master of the Yang clan was. A single sentence was enough to change the life and death of countless people. At this time, Envoy Zhang added, "Also, young master may not know this, but this Luo world is actually nothing compared to the entire Yang clan's territory. It's equivalent to a small town in the mortal world. No, it's not even a small town, at most a slightly larger village." Yi Xian was a little curious. Who is in charge of the Yang clan now? Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Yi Xian was surprised. "You don't know?" Emissary Zhang nodded, his smile becoming more bitter. "My rank is not high enough, so I can't get in touch with the higher-ups of the Yang clan." Yi Xian was speechless. Envoy Zhang continued. "However, I know that the Yang clan has a mysterious troop." Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. The mysterious troop? Emissary Zhang nodded. This mysterious unit seems to be made up entirely of swordsmen. There aren't many of them, but their strength is extremely terrifying. And they all listen to the orders of one person, that is Sword Emperor Tingyun. Tingyun. Yi Xian was stunned. Tingyun. Emissary Zhang nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled faintly. So it's her. A long, long time ago he had seen Tingyun. Back then there was also Tu. Yi Xian sighed softly. Actually, he missed Tu a little. Ever since Tu left back then, there was no news of him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian secretly decided to get the Yang clan to help look for Tuesday. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said, "Let's go to Luocheng." Emissary Zhang nodded. Both of them disappeared on the spot. Not long after both of them disappeared, a woman and an old man appeared on the scene. This woman was the purple-robed woman that both of them had met previously. The old man stared into the distance with a gloomy gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. The purple-robed woman suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, she and the old man disappeared on the spot. Luocheng. When Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang arrived at Luocheng, Yi Xian was shocked by the entire city. The size of the entire city was slightly beyond his expectations. The city walls stretched as far as the eye could see, and the city walls were 300 m tall. A person standing in front of the city was really tiny, like an ant. Of course, it was different from the mortal world. No matter how tall the city walls were, they were still short in front of these cultivators who could go to heaven and earth. Not to mention the city walls. Even the entire world was extremely tiny in front of these powerful cultivators. Emissary Zhang suddenly laughed. This Luocheng is so much bigger than the upper god realm. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang and smiled. Under normal circumstances, how do you get promoted? Emissary Zhang thought about it and said, "There are two ways. First, one has to be strong enough. For example, if I'm above the high god realm, I'll be able to get promoted and head to a bigger universe to work there. There I'll get more rights and cultivation resources. The second way is to render meritorious service. If I render meritorious service, I can get promoted too." As he spoke, he shook his head. Both are difficult. To be honest, if there are no accidents, the upper god realm and the upper god realm are my limits. Yi Xian chuckled. "Meeting me, the upper god realm will be your starting point." As he finished speaking, he walked into the distance. Emissary Zhang was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed and quickly followed. At this moment, he was so excited that his body could not help but tremble. Just as he said, if there were no special opportunities, the upper god realm and the upper god realm were his limits. However, Yi Xian was his special opportunity. This was the young master of the Yang clan. Emissary Zhang followed Yi Xian, and was a little like a close official of the emperor in the mortal world. On the surface, he was just a guard, but who would dare to look down on him? After entering the city, Yi Xian looked at both sides. In the city there were people coming and going. It was very prosperous. Emissary Zhang suddenly said, "Young master, let's head to the city lord residence." Yi Xian nodded. All right. The two of them were about to head to the city lord residence, when a voice suddenly came from the side. "Brother, please wait." Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and saw a young man standing in front of him. The man looked to be in his 20s and wore a luxurious robe with a long jade hanging on his waist. He looked very elegant and refined. Yi Xian smiled. "What's the matter?" The young man walked slowly to Yi Xian and smiled. "I am Li Feng. May I know your name?" Yi Xian said. "Yi Xian." Li Feng smiled. He pointed at the dadeabi hanging on Yi Xian's waist. "Brother Yi, to tell you the truth, I called you here because of this." At this moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Stupid pen, you're not cool at all. Everyone knows you. What are you doing here?" The dadeabi was speechless. Yi Xian glanced at the dadeabi hanging on his waist, and then he smiled. For this, Li Feng nodded. "Brother Yi, to tell you the truth, a friend of mine wants to buy this. Can you name a price?" "Buy dadeabi?" Yi Xian was stunned. The dadeabi was speechless. Li Feng smiled. "Yes. Brother Yi, name a price." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I'm not selling." Li Feng smiled. "Brother Yi, we'll give you a very satisfactory price." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Then 10 billion. The smile on Li Feng's face gradually vanished. Yi Xian smiled. "Is that too much?" Li Feng smiled and said, "Brother Yi, you're a little too greedy." Yi Xian said seriously, "Brother Li, this is dadeabi. Li Feng chuckled. "Dadeabi? It's just a clone. Moreover, even if it's not a clone but the main body, then it isn't worth 10 billion. Yi Xian was speechless. In a room somewhere in the Milky Way, a voice suddenly resounded. "Fuck!" Within Luocheng. Yi Xian looked at Li Feng and smiled. "Young Master Li, who's your friend?" Li Feng shook his head. "Brother Yi doesn't need to know." As he spoke, he walked over to Yi Xian and opened his palm. A spatial ring appeared before Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, I want this dadeabi." Yi Xian glanced at the spatial ring. There were only 10 million universe veins within it. 10 million. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said, 10 million, lousy pen, you're too cheap. If I were you, I'd buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. This is too shameful. The dadeabi said angrily. "Lousy Ta, can you stop talking nonsense?" Xiao Tao said calmly. "What are you shouting at me for?" "Shout at him." The dadeabi suddenly said calmly. "Why would I shout at someone who's about to die?" Xiao Tao said solemnly. "You've made arrangements for him." The dadeabi said. "It's none of your business." Xiao Tao. In the city, Yi Xian looked at the 10 million universe veins in front of him and shook his head with a smile. "Brother Li, are you going to forcefully buy it?" Li Feng looked at Yi Xian and pinched the spatial ring. There were only 9 million universe veins in it. "Are you selling it?" Yi Xian shook his head. Li Feng smiled and pinched the spatial ring again. There were only 5 million universe veins left. "Are you selling it?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Envoy Zhang looked at Li Feng with a calm expression. It was like he was looking at a dead man. Li Feng suddenly put the spatial ring away and smiled. "Brother Yi, there's not a single one left now." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Li, look at me. Do you think I'm a person who's easy to bully?" Li Feng roared with laughter. "What? Brother Yi, are you trying to threaten me?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I just want you to take a look at me and see if I'm easy to bully." Li Feng sized up Yi Xian seriously, and then he smiled. "I think you're very easy to bully." Yi Xian looked at Li Feng. "How can you tell?" Li Feng smiled. "Soft and weak, gentle in speech, and has such a good temper. People like this are usually easy to bully. Am I right?" Yi Xian glanced at Li Feng and smiled. "What's the use of your eyes?" At this moment, Envoy Zhang pressed his fingers together. Qi. Blood suddenly sprayed from Li Feng's eyes. "Ah!" Li Feng was horrified. He retreated repeatedly and said angrily, "You dare to injure me! You dare to injure me!" Yi Xian shook his head. "You're being used as a tool. What's the use of your brain?" Envoy Zhang pressed his fingers together. Qi. Li Feng's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. Murder! Countless people in the surroundings were horrified and retreated explosively. After all, It was forbidden to kill people in the city. In a certain restaurant, a man in white suddenly picked up the wine cup in front of him and took a sip. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be a retard. Killing people in the Yang clan's territory. This young master is going to die of laughter. P.S. The last time I updated 2 chapters, I was scolded badly. I underestimated my place in your hearts. Don't explode. Tickets? I'm probably daydreaming. F***CK. 7017K, that you're tuning in to the Lime's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.